All right, guys, welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. I've found a new direction that I want to take, and just wanted to say, by the way, there is a chance that my internet will go out again. We've just had a series of storms come through, and there's a good chance, just a heads up, that my internet or my power will go out. So I just want to be very clear. What's going on, Corey? How you doing today, brother? Good to see you, man. How you doing today? Ashton, what's up, brother? Welcome, dude. Hey, man. Thanks for jumping in with us today, guys. So I was thinking about, doing a new little format, right? And yeah, see, I haven't seen that yet, Corey. We can definitely get into that at some point for sure. Um, so I wanted to go with a new kind of format thing, and maybe what do you guys think about this? I'd like to hear what your input is. 2 days a week. I'm thinking maybe Wednesdays and Sundays, doing like an online Bible study, having people come in and open panel. They can come in, they can talk, whatever, and then also leaving that option up for uh, for anybody who wanted to come in and even debate. What do you guys think of something like that? Cool, man. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, because I know there are people who are sub to the channel who don't necessarily have any religious or philosophical base, or I don't want to say philosophical, but they don't have any like religious base to their beliefs. And typically people who don't have um no, you're good, Ashton. You're good. I mean, dude, I'll be completely honest. Neither am I, man. That's why, like, kind of focusing more on like the Bible study aspect, and just getting people in and hearing what they have to weigh in with. You know, I I found God 7 years ago, but Jesus didn't save my life until about like a year ago. So I'm a newbie to all this. You know what I mean? That's that's just the fact of the matter. I'm not like, this is not supposed to be any form of like church replacement or anything. It's literally just having people come in and you know talk about it, read about it. Oh, hold on, hold on. All right, sorry about that, guys. So yeah, anyway, yeah, this is just something like I would honestly, I'm hoping to attract more people who know more about this than me, right? Because I mean, I'll be completely honest. Okay, so when I started this channel was solely, and I haven't strayed too far from that, right? But this channel was really focused on, like, the main focus of this channel was for me to read through and learn with anybody who was in the channel with me. And that would be basically along the same lines with this, right? Like, this is not supposed to be any kind of church replacement. I'm not trying to take on like the position of any kind of pastor or anything. This is solely just to, I mean, just to have something to do, man. You know, Corey, that's I would love to hear what they have to say when getting on with each other. Really, you know, and if anything, it's good content. So I can I can definitely get behind that. So yeah, this is just going to be like a two days a week thing. This is not, you know, anything that I was planning on doing for like as like a mainstay on the channel. And you know, for like what I was thinking is, right, for the first 2 hours, just having you know, like open discussion, open panel. What's up, Jess? Welcome in. Welcome in. Open discussion, open panel, and then at about 5 o'clock, we would do just like an open Bible, right? So I have this right here that's up. This is the verse of the day. What's up, Achilles? Welcome in, brother. Thanks for jumping in, dude. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. But you know, have this like verse of the day right here. We can kind of touch on that, which it's a really good one. You know, dear children, let us not love with our words or tongue, but with actions and in truth. That is so golden. Mad Matt, welcome in, brother. Thank you, man. Thank you. It's good to see y'all. Thank y'all for the support, man. I really appreciate y'all coming in today, for sure. Panchuchin, come on in, bro. Water's fine, dude. It's good to see you all today, man. Thank you guys very much. Always good to see you. Always good to see you. Yeah. So so today, you know, brought this up. This is the verse. Here, let me see if anyone's trying to jump in real quick. Sorry. No one has yet. So this is the verse that I have up currently. It's John 3:18. Really good verse, man. Dear children, let us not love with words or tongue, but with actions and in truth. And you know, this to me, what this comes off as is it goes along with the lines of like faith without works is dead, right? Because I can talk all I want with someone and say all the good things that I can to show love and to show, you know, any kind of, I don't know if I would be able to be on the phone. I've never done StreamYards. You can, brother. You can for sure. Yeah. But this is what this seems like to me, right? Like I said, I'm not super versed in the Bible. I definitely, anybody who is like more versed in the Bible than me, I would love to have you on. If you know more than me, please come up here and school me, because I would love for people who are more well versed in this thing to be able to kind of guide me along my own journey, right? You know, I'm no professional. Love to hear what people have to say about these topics. So anyway, so that's what this verse comes off as to me. You know, I can get a little context here. So let's see. We'll go 1 John, see exactly what they were talking about. 3:18. So 1 John 3, we'll read down to 18, get like a full context of it. And sorry if someone's trying to jump in, I can add you in here. Yeah, I'm glad Jess is here too, man. That's always good to see Jess. So we'll get some context here and, you know, see what great love the Father has lavished on us, that we should be called children of God, and that is what we are. The reason the world does not know us is that it did not know him. Dear friends, now we are the children of God, and what we will be has not yet been made known. But we know that when Christ appears, we shall be like him, for we shall see him as he is. All who have this hope in him purify themselves, just as he is pure hope. Or just as he is pure, pardon me. Everyone who sins breaks the law. In fact, sin is lawlessness. But you know that he appeared so that he might take away our sins, and in him is no sin. So no one who lives in him keeps on sinning. No one who continues to sin has either seen him or known him. Dear children, do not let anyone lead you astray. The one who does what is right is righteous, just as he is righteous. The one who does what is sinful is of the devil, because the devil has been sinning from the beginning. The reason the Son of God appeared was to destroy the devil's work. No one who is born of God will continue to sin, because God's seed remains in them. They cannot go on sinning because they have been born of God. This is how we know who the children of God are and who the children of the devil are. Anyone who does not do what is right and is not God's child, nor is anyone who does not love their brother and sister. For this is the message you heard from the beginning: we should love one another. Do not be like Cain, who belonged to the evil one and murdered his brother. And why did he murder him? Because his own actions were evil and his brothers were righteous. Do not be surprised, my brothers and sisters, if the world hates you. We know that we have passed from death to life because we love each other. Anyone who does not love remains in death. Anyone who hates a brother or sister is a murderer, and you should know that no murderer has eternal life residing in him. This is how we know what love is. Jesus Christ laid down his life for us, and we ought to lay down our lives for our brothers and sisters. If anyone has material possessions and sees a brother or sister in need but has no pity on them, how can the love of God be in that person? Dear children, let us not love with words or speech, but with actions and in truth. Big Soda, welcome in, brother. Welcome in. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Doing well, man. Doing well.
Everything working?
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Perfect.
Things are working. I got surgery next week because I tore my meniscus. But aside from that, man, I'm just kind of hanging at home and slinging a little bit of freight and just doing the old thangy thing, man. How about you?
Oh man, working for Big Soda it gets tiring. But both my knees work, so I'm happy.
Yeah. Mine's gonna work soon. It's just gonna take a little bit. You know what I mean?
They have to put like what do they call it? Cadaver. Uh, like I had a friend that he tore either his meniscus or I guess another part of his knee, and they had to like put a cadaver's I guess part from the dead body onto his.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
That's pretty intense, man.
Yeah, I was like, wow. Because I mean, I've never tore anything in my knee, or I've never really tore any muscle, so that sounded very extreme to me.
Yeah. It's so the meniscus is from what the doctor was telling me, it's the cushion that rests between the joint, right? And it's what
Okay.
keeps essentially like the cartilage and the bone from scraping against each other. And I think I just stepped on it wrong and it buckled, but when it buckled, it got really, really swollen, and it was weird. Like the swelling it went halfway down my shin, and apparently
Mm.
that was just excess fluid, and
Hmm.
and now that's like resting in my ankle. So it looks like I broke my ankle because my ankle's the size of like a softball, and it's not hurt at all. It's just there's a bunch of fluid that moved downward. So I'm trying to keep it elevated as much as possible, but uh,
Well, you have to get that drained, or
I don't think so. I think the body like reabsorbs it eventually. Um, but as for right now, I'm just trying to keep it elevated so it doesn't all concentrate in my foot because it looks a lot worse than it actually is, which is pretty funny,
the interesting, I guess, series of verses that you decided to start with.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So I just pulled this up, the verse of the day, and it started with 1 John 3:18. So I figured instead of uh, instead of just reading that, like I figured why not get the full context of what they were talking about, and it seems like that's generally what they're talking about there is they're saying like the things you say don't amount to the actions.
Hmm.
Actions do so much more when showing, your love and your compassion for your fellow man versus just the things that you say, right? And man, I wish politicians would live by that.
Yeah. Well, it's also kind of interesting because I think Jesus kind of understood the concept that once he disappeared from, I guess, Earth, and it would be hard for humans to carry on his message. And it's kind of one of those things that you have to reinforce. Not only do you preach about Jesus, but you kind of have to act, I wouldn't say act like him, but act towards him.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. No, big agree on that one for sure, man. Yeah. And that kind of the faith without works is dead concept. Yeah. Would you agree that's kind of in the similar ballpark to what they're talking here?
I, I would probably, I would say yes, but I think it's also, I think a lot of people get lost in the works and then they lose kind of the gift that was given to them. So it's kind of like, even with, plethora amount of works, there's still, I guess, one definite way that you can get into heaven, and that's through Jesus Christ. But I think Jesus kind of understood that just believing in me doesn't negate the fact that you can go and kill your fellow Christians or kill your fellow man, and because you kind of see it, I guess, expand during the Crusades and stuff like that. So you
Yeah.
kind of can see how people can fall into, like, I guess, what is it, righteous. I can't think of a good word for it, but it's like a righteous vendetta because you feel God is on your side or Jesus is on your side.
Righteous indignation, I think, is the
That's
term.
that's
Yeah.
exactly it.
Yeah.
So you can get
No,
lost.
100%. Yeah. No, no. And I see that a lot, that's why, like, I will say one big thing that really helped me out and just like moving along the line. So when God brought me, and I know this is a contentious topic for some folks, but when God brought me to the 12 steps when I was in a really, really bad way, so I was, what's up, Abe? Welcome in, brother. Um, when God brought me to the 12 steps, and that was, this is before I believed in God. I was an atheist at that point. I
Hmm.
didn't believe in God. I thought that I knew how everything was. I genuinely believed we were just a bunch of stupid monkeys on a floating rock in the middle of space.
Yep.
Right? Like that was the extent. I was a complete nihilist, didn't care about anything, and I was on track to either live miserably for years or die miserably shortly. It was
Yeah.
one of those two. And that's a pretty bad deal there, right? Like that's the way that I look at it. So when God brought me to the 12 steps, one thing they really focused that was really focused on for me in the 12 steps was the concept of humility. Um Oh, Duck, you're good, man. No sweat, bro. Hey, it's always welcome, dude. It's always welcome. I know, like, there's a lot of people that might find that, like some people might get mad about stuff like that, but at the end of the day, I want this to be an open forum, right? Like, until like there get to be like personal attacks or anything violating TOS, I'm always welcome to the free marketplace of ideas because that's how we move forward as people. um but anyway, so one thing that was kind of pressed into me when I was going through the 12 steps was the concept of like uh I have not done enough for my sobriety. And
Hmm.
that's a very core tenet because a lot of people come into the rooms, and I can't speak for everybody, but I can speak for at least my experience and what I've seen. uh, a lot of people go into the rooms, the 12 steps, and they kind of quit working. They get this idea that, well, I've done plenty enough, I'm good, I have 5-6 years sober, I don't need to chase God, chase a relationship with God.
Hmm.
and typically that is followed either shortly or within some span of time with like a regression into the things that kind of drove the drug addiction to begin with. For me, those things was selfishness and self-centeredness, right? And I still
Hmm.
deal with that today. I'm not cured of that by any means,
Oh
but
yeah.
for me, uh, having God on my side is the having God on my side is the thing that drives me to seek God more.
Hmm.
It feels like, the closer I am to God, the less I know and the less worthy of God's love and grace in my life. So it personally, I think God put me through the 12 steps to show me what gratitude is, and the 12 steps drove me towards Jesus, so I can learn myself what so I would already have that concept of the chasing and getting closer
Hmm.
with and developing the relationship with Jesus. Um and that's what I'm doing here today, right? Like I I am not a professional when it comes to the text by any stretch. I'm not a professional in any regard at all. But I feel like this is a way for me to chase that and dig deeper into that. So thank you for jumping on for the first time, bro.
Of
Yes.
course,
Anyway,
man.
sorry, I kind of rambled there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this verse, and there's a couple other verses like from Matthew and stuff like that that kind of echo this, I guess, archetype that it's kind of, I don't want to. It's going to sound hard to say this. It's bad for it's bad to be a Christian because it's accepting of kind of the persecution, the sacrifice, the the evil that is in the world, but it also, what it does is you are then reborn to then accept the ultimate gift of, salvation through Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And you notice a lot of verses kind of paint this, it's hard, it is really hard to say, like, a negative connotation with being a Christian, because Jesus holds his disciples high, on a higher standard than he does the people that are mistreating them. You see verses where, I think a group of Romans requests that Jesus and his disciples and the people he's traveling with to help carry their gear, and Jesus says, what, I think it's permitted by law that they can only carry it for, I think, a mile outside of the city, and then Jesus will says, "Well, we'll double that. We'll do a mile for you and then a mile for us." And it's kind of to show that, I guess, the reflection of, even though, I guess, you're doing this as a negative spite, we're going to take that, we're going to accept it, and we're still going to benefit you in the end, or we're going to return, I guess, the favor. And it's, I guess, a in design, it's supposed to be kind of a reflection of the sacrifices you'll have to make, and people will persecute you along the way for those sacrifices, but in your heart of hearts, you have to understand that this is nothing compared to the ultimate sacrifice that was done for you.
Yeah. Right. Right. And I will say, um, it seems like there's the main negative connotations that come from or that are levied towards Christianity are solely based out of some of the people who, whether they did believe and acted in that way or didn't actually believe and
Hmm.
bore false witness and did things that were terrible to other people, right? and
Oh yeah.
and people like to get, I think, yeah, I was just about to say that, Abe. I was just about to say that. It seems that, like, it's a very collectivist kind of way of like grouping people up, where these people have this common trait, so they are all the same. And
Hmm.
I'm not necessarily saying that, Duck, you think that necessarily, but there are a lot of people that do think that way. There's a lot of people who they can't get out of their minds that these people once grouped are now the exact same thing, and they
Hmm.
all fall within the same uh, category of type of person, the way they act. No, 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 Duck. I'm saying I don't. I'm not saying I don't think you think that way, but to me, it's no, dude. Whatever. He's trolling. Um, but like it's just a very common thing, and I fell into that too when I was younger. You know, like I and a lot of it, I will say, in my head, I felt that I was not welcomed into the church when I was
Hmm.
younger. I also wasn't raised in the church though, so I went at a later time, and I was a real newbie. And a lot of that was just in my head, man. I
Yeah.
was
Oh yeah.
already insecure. I was already broken and lost, and I didn't have any kind of guidance or anything in my life. And
Hmm.
and in going somewhere where it wasn't that I wasn't welcomed, it was I had the perception of not being welcomed. And I
Hmm.
already had this preconceived perpetual victimhood in my head. And with that, it brought that division, you
Yep.
know?
And you kind of facilitate it. So it's like you feel like you're unwelcomed, and then it kind of you kind of grow that thought, and you're like, well, these people don't accept me, and it's like, and it starts to kind of build on itself because you're not, I guess, you're not welcoming yourself. It's like people will view a church and they'll think they're getting like dirty looks, or they'll think, oh well, these people are judging me, these people pretend to be so much better than me. And it's like, in reality, these are just your own self doubts playing against you. It's
Yeah.
not so much what's happening, it's more of what you think is happening.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. Projection,
Yeah.
you know? And dude, I did it for a long time, man. I'm 32, and like I just found Jesus a year ago. So, you know, it's not too late for everybody, never too late for anyone,
It's
uh
interesting because I mean, I've probably like, you ever heard I forget, I believe, I could be wrong, it's from the Old Testament, it's one of the descendants of Abraham. He has a nickname called Israel, and like the term Israel means to struggle with God. And so people think that it's easy to have a relationship with God. And I think, I don't think it is easy to have a relationship with God, because God knows everything. He is, omnipotent, and I'm just a simple organism that has some somewhat complex brain, but nothing that compares. So I think there's supposed to be a certain element that you are supposed to struggle with God. And it's not so much God struggling with you, but you struggling with him.
right. Absolutely. And like I can even say in my own personal case today, right? Like there's still those same old thoughts and doubts that come in. And I guess one thing that there's a very common it's like a cliche quip that they say in the 12 step programs, and that's you can't think your way into new action, but you can act your way into new thinking.
That's good.
It's good, isn't it? Yeah,
That's
yeah, yeah,
good.
yeah. And that's basically the concept that this verse right here to me falls back on, you know, because for me, I know if I am physically doing things, and of course, it's not like I'm running out into the streets today to find someone to help, but more or less like when I'm connected with God and I'm praying, which to me is prayer is action, right?
Hmm.
Um, if I'm putting these things together, I'm going to be present and open and available to be of assistance to somebody, obviously within reason, right?
Hmm.
Um, but I will be open and available to be of assistance to someone else if they need that, and I can do it. Uh,
Hmm.
because like the, Joyce Meyer. That's what I was thinking. So Joyce Meyer has that book, The Battlefield of the Mind. Now,
Hmm.
I didn't read the whole thing, but I have read parts of it. And one of the things she talks about is how the devil's in our head, and he puts thoughts into our head. When we speak those thoughts out, it
Hmm.
fortifies those thoughts that are put in there,
Yeah.
right? And as you continue to speak it out, which speaking is an action, as you
Hmm.
continue to speak it out, that's going to translate into uh, bad habits. And bad
Oh yes.
habits
Oh yes.
turn into character traits eventually as it goes on
Or,
down the line.
or
And the same. Go ahead.
habitual, like, I guess, addictions and stuff like that. Not
Yeah.
necessarily like addiction as in like alcohol, this, that, but like addiction toward doing this said thing, doing this lying, doing this manipulation, doing this other inserts in.
Right, right, absolutely. And for me, it also works in the inverse. So for me, when I pray, because this is just from the relationship I got with a higher power, at like that's what I called it at the time, just a higher power. When I was in the 12 steps, my relationship with that evolved uh, as I prayed for not necessarily changing what's going on outside of myself or like my external circumstances, but more
Hmm.
or less like praying for guidance, praying for like responsibility, praying for the capacity to be honest. You know, I Hey Duck, you're more than welcome to come up and talk about it, man. Anytime. But those were the things that prayer brought to me, right? Was I was generally asking for internal ways of reacting to the outside world,
Oh yeah.
right? And it just in my own experience, I can't I can't speak for anybody else, but in my personal experience, when I prayed for those things, I was much more apt to that's a yeah, that's a good one, dude, for real. But when I prayed for those things, it was much more apt for me to do those, right? I kept the momentum moving in that direction. The thought would come into my head, what do I want to do today? Do I want to be honest? Do I want to be this, that, that? I would put action into that and try to connect myself with God. Now it's Jesus, but connect myself with God as much as possible. And then as I set that ball rolling, and had faith that God would do those things for me, it just happens. Less of me having to consciously always think about the way I want to be. I leave that up to God, and when I fall short of those things, it is what it is, right? I'm a non-deserving, lowly human being, you know?
Oh yeah. Well, let's tackle that idea of prayer, because so I've fallen out of the I used to be a huge Peterson fan, and
Yeah.
I found the more he got into politics, kind of the less I've started to like him. But he used to have this kind of thought process around prayer, and it's so, take away the religious aspect of prayer. How often would you say that you sit down, think about a problem, and just thoughts to yourself, just sit down and actually think about the solutions to that problem? And I think what prayer does is it gets, if you're thinking just the non-religious side of it, and you're thinking more, I guess, the function of what it does, it allows you to sit down and actually think about something, like you're praying for, better health and stuff like that, or you're praying for, why do I keep falling into the same things that I keep falling in? It allows you to sit down and kind of think about the thoughts that you have, and because humans, especially now, don't really do that often. It's like we problem solve on the fly. So it's like anytime that you can sit down and actually think about, you know, what am I praying for? Or what do I need? What needs to happen? It's more than likely going to be beneficial with you. And the way Jordan Peterson describes it, he'll tell you you can figure out what's wrong with you pretty quick if you just sit down, or if right before you go to bed you turn all distractions off and you just sit down and think, what is going wrong with me? What am I doing wrong? He says usually what'll happen is you will tell yourself, like he would say more of on a subconscious level what you were doing wrong or what is going wrong. And I think that's a non-religious way to describe a religious function, because
Yeah.
we would describe that as God talking to us. We would describe as God's giving us the answers. But in
Right.
but they would describe it, oh, well, it's your subconscious, telling you, something isn't right, and you think about it, but you don't stop and think about it. So the function of prayer, as it's to me the craziest concept, because it's kind of, to me, it's God talking to me, but there's actually I guess a non-religious function to it, to where even people who aren't religious can benefit from it.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, yeah. Like when I was a big concept in the 12 steps, right? So step 11 is like we sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God. And the whole aspect of the 12 steps when it comes to the word God, in the third step, it's we made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God, comma, as we understood him. Oh, he'll be back. Um just hey Corey, whenever there you go.
Yeah. I don't know what happened. I swapped over to the comments and then tried to go back, and something happened.
Oh, it's all good, man. It's all good. Yeah. Um, but the third step is, we saw through, or sorry, we made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God, comma, as we understood him. And
Mm-hmm.
that last little section in there was written in there by an atheist,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because like the 12 steps come from the Oxford group, and the
Mm-hmm.
Oxford group was it was a 6-step program that was highly religious, and the 12 steps came from Bill Wilson and Dr. Bob back in the 30s. And, during that time, there was kind of like a cultural shift that was going on in America that was moving away from church, away from the Bible. People were kind of discovering different things. There were different cultures that were moving in. And then, like, as with the height of the immigration that had happened towards the late 1800s, a lot of those cultures had really started to take a root into America. And so, in order to create something that would be beneficial to people that weren't just Christians, they kind of added the misnomer of, as long as you have a concept of a higher power, that's what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where, like my whole concept of God came solely from, like, I have no idea like what I'm doing with my life. I have no idea what direction I'm headed. I didn't believe in any God right now. So um what they call a sponsor, the person who kind of like guides you through the 12 steps, what he told me was, well, just start praying to, like, outside, pray,
Mm-hmm.
just speak it out and ask for, some form of a higher power. And eventually, like, I developed a relationship with God.
Mm-hmm.
That's taken more of a specific form over the past year. But before that, prayer was entirely about speaking out my intentions,
Mm-hmm.
and just getting momentum, like internal, like you said, subconscious momentum, in a
Mm-hmm.
direction of how I wanted to be that day and the things that I wanted to do. Really,
Because
it
it's things
really.
you do kind of. It's like you'll go throughout your day and you'll just think kind of reactionary, or kind of a lot of people go through their life without deep thinking, and it's like deep thinking is very helpful. If you're able to push out all distractions, you'd be shocked at some of the I guess places that you would go with inside your mind. And
Yeah,
it's just thought processes you never really tackled. And I would say the more you do that, as long as you're keeping kind of an open mind, I would say you would be shocked at how you would find yourself leaning more toward, you know, thinking as if it's talking with God or talking with Jesus.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. See, and for me, that relationship grew when I started to realize that I wasn't. certain changes that just kind of happened in my character, in like the way that I thought about things and the way that I reacted to things and all that. A lot of these changes just kind of happened. It was like I woke up one day and there I am, this completely different person than I was years ago, you know? And that was really what like drove me the closest to God was um God gave me a path to take. He gave me something to focus on, one thing at a time, and I did those things and did everything that I was told by other people would bring me closer to God, right?
Hmm.
I those two things right there, whether it be getting a job and making sure my bills are paid, or going to meetings and praying and all of these different things, like those were the things that were the main focus of my life. And then the things that were the real detriment that were internal, right? Like the
Hmm.
the serious fears that had developed over the things I've experienced in my life and the resentments, as time went on, those things started to have a lot less of a driving force, and my ideals on the world and people totally changed, you
Hmm.
know? And those things helped me develop a brand new character that I was given through the grace of God. I mean, like, in some sense, like I can say, I was reborn then, but still today, I am seeking and chasing. That's what I'm doing this whole concept for,
Oh yeah.
because I want to dig deeper and I want to talk to people like you who obviously know more about this than me. And then if anybody else, potentially, right? Let's just say if someone were to come in here and hear something that would help them, whether I say it or someone else says it, like to me, that's a fat W,
Well,
So
well, I was gonna say sometimes it's not. It's not. I guess someone can say a verse to someone else and it doesn't click, but to hear someone I guess you generally agree with or someone you generally respect say it hits a little different. Sometimes it takes the right person saying the same thing
yeah,
for it to finally click, or at least spark the interest. Because my job is just to introduce you to the idea. From
yeah,
there, the idea will grow.
yeah, planting the seed.
Hmm. Because I mean, your relationship with Jesus and God, that's going to be built by you and God. But I can introduce, or I can sell you the plot of land that you can eventually put it on, that could, spark a beautiful building that could last hundreds of thousands of years, metaphorically speaking. And it's just a lot of times, or a lot of times, people get so down on life that it's kind of, it really takes the one person, or it takes someone who's been through the same thing but yet still has a positive outlook. It's like life's so tough that it can beat you down and it can make you, I guess, believe things that are very detrimental to yourself. So it
Right.
takes you to meet that one optimistic person to then, I guess, start fostering that potential relationship with you and Jesus.
Yeah, yeah, and that's what I've heard someone say this before, but it was you could be the only example that God has brought to someone so far,
Hmm.
so try and be a good example.
Yep.
And that's a huge quote to me. What's up, EOD? Good to see you, man. Welcome in, brother. Welcome in. Um, Please jump in if you want, dude. We're just going over verse of the day, just having like about a 2 hour discussion, and then come about in about an hour. I was gonna get into. We'll start reading into Genesis. Anyone wants to jump in, open Bible study, just hang in and listen out. Anyway, but as you were saying, Corey.
Well, I mean, I was gonna say, I think you were saying something that was pretty profound. You were talking about the idea. Damn, I don't forgot. I'd have to read the chat, see if they post, because you were about. I felt like you were about to say something good before you said hello to EOD. feel like you were
Well, it
onto
was
some good wisdom.
yeah. So I forget who said that. There's a pastor here. His name's Cam. I'm pretty sure it was him, or it might have been someone over in his congregation. It's the Iron City Church in Five Points. Man, they're really really solid congregation there.
Oh yeah.
But what he was saying is, you could be the first person that got, like, the first example that God has sent somebody to bring
Oh
them
yeah.
closer to Jesus. So you should be a good example.
Well, I guess a scarier concept to think about is you could be the link between them and hell.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, and not you directly, but God could be putting you there to pull this person out of the darkness.
Yeah.
And it's a scary thought to think about, that one person could be the difference between eternal darkness and eternal light. I mean, that's a very scary thing to think about.
Right. Right.
Because you think
And
about people's interactions on X and how even something as simple as that could be the defining moment.
no, absolutely. And let's just say, like, I wasn't prayed up, and I didn't have my connection that day. And, I let my head and my fears and my resentments drive my actions that day. And, I could be the last ladder that God sent to
Yep.
somebody, and I didn't even throw the thing.
So,
That's heavy.
because I think it's I, I I could be going out on a limb, so you may have to correct me. I think, to me, the worst of the worst cardinal sins is when I guess, when God's trying to be accepted in your heart, and I guess you shut him out for the last time that you have a chance to let him in. Is I think the worst is what they describe one of the worst sins, is because that last because I guess God and Jesus are trying to reach you for your entire life. But the moment that you finalize that, oh well, I will never do that, and you solidify that thought process. I mean, I can't imagine how someone like Jesus would feel about that. So, I
Yeah.
mean, it's like, imagine you have a dog and you're watching your dog go through just a terrible life, and you have the power to save him, but he has to act on his own accord. And the thought process behind watching someone suffer like that is terrible.
Yeah.
It's like it's just one more step. It's like you're doing your best to encourage them. It's just one more step, and oh, there's a lot of stuff in the Bible that gives me chills.
No, there is, man. And, even in my own experience, it's funny, man. There were people in my life that God had put there. And now that I look back, I can see the examples that they held, but it didn't get through to me, right? So,
Hmm.
like, my grandmother, for instance, okay? She passed away back in 2018. She passed away before I found just, like, the higher power aspect of God.
Hmm.
And when I looked back on my life and I saw the kind of life that she lived, she had broken her neck in 1983.
Hmm.
And so, like, my entire life, she broke her neck 10 years before I was born. But
Yeah.
my entire life, she had just serious pain issues from it. Because, back in the 80s, the kind of surgeries they would do is they call it cementing. It was that was the kind of fusions that they would
Oh
do, where,
yeah.
and she just had all sorts of issues from that, um my entire life. And she smoked for like 35, 40 years, and ended up, what she passed away from was chronic emphysema, or chronic COPD and emphysema.
Yeah.
And she loved God, and she loved Jesus. And it was just insane to see. It was almost kind of like, the story of the book of Job. We were very poor growing up. Like, I was raised in a trailer park, and we were living off of my grandfather's unemployment and her disability. So we
Hmm.
really didn't have the like a bunch of money. I mean, sometimes, like, we would live off of like one rotisserie chicken and some canned vegetables. That was dinner, consistently. And no matter how hard things got, how tough things were, she still loved God, loved Jesus, and loved other people. It was
Mm.
insane how like she that's the kind of person that I would equate to a saint
Yeah.
because she suffered miserably constantly, but she did everything she possibly could to help and love other people. You know, going right back into this verse that we have up here is, you know, she didn't just talk good, her
Hmm.
actions were there. She was generous. She would drive people places. Like she wasn't paralyzed from the neck down, but she had that like all the issues with her nervous system because of the the way that they were doing those kind of procedures back then.
Well, to
Um,
be fair, it altered her entire. I guess it altered her entire life from that point forward.
yeah,
I mean, she may have not have been paralyzed, but like that, it's easy to downplay that because like there's no telling the pain she was feeling, no telling the discomfort she was feeling. There's no telling, you know, the sorrow she was feeling. It, a
yeah,
lot of stuff. It's easy to, I guess, beat yourself down in a position like that.
right. And to overcome that and to be a very genuine and solid person. I mean,
Oh
like
yeah,
it's that's those are the kinds of people that really take a very high place in my life, you know?
oh yeah,
Um, people who, no matter how bad things get for them, they still maintain their their principles and their fundamentals in the way that they live their life, you
oh
know?
yeah.
Can, can I interject just for a few moments?
Yeah, bro, come on in.
So you've been doing this whole conversation, and I've been sitting here thinking and pondering what I want to say intelligently. I kind of wanted to share a little bit of kind of my coming to Christ moment. Um, as I put in chat, I've been 8 years sober from drugs, alcohol, all that great jazz, and that mainly is thanks to my wife, because when we met 8 years ago, she literally looked at me while I had a bowl in my hand and said, "It's either me or the drugs." And that was my kind of like, I have this great woman now,
Hmm.
so I don't want to lose her. And then she took me to church with her and stuff like that. Now, I am not anywhere near as well versed in Christianity as her or her mom is. I'm not, and I can't even say that I know half of anything of what you guys are speaking to as far as like church and stuff like that. I think my falling out with the church and with God and with everything originally was whenever I was 11 years old. I lost my grandmother. Um, I was the one that found her when she passed away, and it's fucked me up ever since. Um, it's hard to do something like that. And, lower class, I can understand where you're coming from with your gram too, because my gram worked 3 jobs, morning to night, every single day. She took care of us kids. She took care of my mom when my mom was a teenage pregnancy. My mom had me at 18. And like, I think after losing her, that was my, like, if there is a God, then why is he so cruel to take the one person out of life that truly, truly is a saint among these people?
Hmm.
But I will say this, had it not been for my wife reintroducing me, I wouldn't have been saved. I went to a Bible conference like the first or second year her and I were dating. And, I allowed myself to be opened up to it, and I allowed myself to be saved. Now, trying to find the right church to go to could be hard for me just because I try to pick apart everything. So like the church that my wife and them go to, it's not really my kind of speed, I guess,
Hmm.
just because I guess it's more along the lines of just like the preaching of it. But I mean, yeah, I think that's where a lot of things for me fell apart with Christianity and with church and stuff was after my grand passed. So I can understand where lower class is coming from with that aspect and not, and then having to be led back to it, you know. Um, so like I said, I'm definitely not, I wouldn't say I'm a Christian. I'm more of a spiritualist Christian almost. I know there's a God. I know Jesus Christ gave himself for all of us. and stuff like that. But it's just like, it's hard anymore to find an actual good church, like an actual church, like to go to and learn more from, because it's hard to trust anymore if the
Yeah.
pastors or the preachers are actually trying to teach you something that would be godly, but at the same time you have that thought process in the back of your head, or are they just trying to scam all of us, you know?
Oh yeah. Well, what's that guy's name? I think like isn't he in Louisiana? Owns that super church.
Joel,
Like
is it Joel something? I know which one you're
yeah,
talking
Olstein.
about.
Olstein.
Down in Texas.
Oh, Texas. Yeah. I
When
mean,
Texas got hit by the floods, he wouldn't unlock his doors to allow people in to be safe. He locked his doors from all the public.
and you really have to be careful when choosing churches, because if you full commit to an idea that I guess isn't Jesus Christ, or someone could be guiding you down the wrong road. I mean that is a very dangerous I guess path to take.
Yeah.
To me, it's hard to say, because I think people should go to church. I think you should enjoy, or I guess you should reap the benefits of church mentality. But if I understand, I guess Jesus and what he's portrayed in the Bible and what he's portrayed through his disciples, I couldn't imagine a thought process that Jesus would kick people out or not allow people into heaven because of their fear that they might get sucked into something that they didn't truly feel was, I guess, worthy of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I in my own experience, it seems like there's a pretty like general agreement that churches can be really tough to find something that's like good for you. I just got incredibly lucky with the Iron City congregation, man. I mean and what's funny is like three different guys from that congregation constantly reach out to me if like if I get sick and I miss a week, or like recently with my knee being out, like I wasn't able to go. They're always reaching out and they're like, hey man, you okay? How's everything going? What can I do for you? So to a large degree I get that. Like I've never had a church relationship like that before, with the people in there, where they're so plugged in and they're so involved and they're very just like genuine and authentic. So I totally get it, man. I would say like I mean I don't know what if there even would be like a pathway there, What's up, Avery? How you doing, man?
Doing
What I
good.
enjoy-
I kind of wanted to throw something out there. You already know this, buddy, but I consider myself a Gnostic, but I still read the Bible all the time. I will say this. So I grew up from my youth, from being a toddler, or being probably toddler, all the way until I was 12 years old. I was in a church, and as what y'all have been talking about, saying that you got to be really careful picking your church. It has to be your speed. You have to feel welcome, all that stuff. That is very, very important. The church put a wedge between my mom and my dad's relationship, and it was a huge part in what led to the demise of their marriage ultimately. And I watched that happen as a child.
Yeah.
I was gonna say too. My wife and I were just talking about this actually before I hopped on here. She was saying about getting back into our church, and you were saying like how your congregation, they were lower class, they always cared about you and stuff, even when you were sick and down and out and stuff. I've told you this before, but my son, when he was born at 3 weeks old, he caught RSV.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know what that is, or anybody else on the panel knows what that is.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
like
it's
for
a respiratory virus. Yeah, that's all I really know.
For us, it's a common cold. For babies, it's like life threatening. And when he was life flighted to Pittsburgh Children's Hospital that night, my mother-in-law called our pastor and stuff and was like, hey, can you please pray for us? Like, we have all this going on. Can you pray for us? And I think that's one of the reasons why I kind of like our church. I don't go to it as much as I should, just because I think my head is just wrapped around too much of trying to debate what the pastor's saying versus listening to the pastor. But I think we're going to start getting into it more. But his son actually was one of another preachers that was in the congregation. That man showed up at 12:30 at night to the hospital that my wife and I were at with our son, and he did not leave until my son was life flighted away and we were leaving. So like, I think that's where like I understand where you guys are saying like the church needs to, you have to trust the church, trust the actual church itself. And like, I can't say many other churches would have done what he did for my son, and they all knew that I was an outsider to them, but my wife and her family have been in that church for many, many years. And like, I think that's where I will give that congregation very, very much credit, because like they definitely, whenever we needed them, they always did show up to pray for us. And his son stayed with us for hours while we were bawling and upset and worried and fearful and everything. And that's one thing I will say as far as like our congregation, they're definitely well versed more in it than just like, hey, here's about God, here's this, here's that, now have a great day. They actually do truly care about the congregation itself and the flock. And they're a Baptist church, so I know Andrew Wilson wouldn't agree with them because they're not Orthodox, but yeah, they're a Baptist church from up here in PA, and I will say that they have always been kind and opening to me, so I can't even knock them for that.
I think, to be fair, I also think people nitpick the smaller details when it comes to Christianity that has caused a lot of people to split in their own little factions of, Catholic or Orthodox, Baptist, Protestant. And so I think people lose kind of sight of it because there's to be Christians and have all this conflict between these groups over, I guess, smaller belief systems inside the Bible. It's definitely odd to me, just because it seems that we kind of get so focused on the small details and we lose sight of the big picture being, Jesus Christ. And because I think a lot of people are also becoming disconnected with the church. I think a lot of churches are kind of, I wouldn't say in it for the money, but they could be in it for a lot of reasons. They could just enjoy the friendly vibe with it and everything. But I would say, to me, all a church is just seems like a congregation of people who share, like-minded values and who, I guess, share the same belief system. And so I would, if I had to give anybody advice, which they probably shouldn't take, but I would say, is as long as you're able to find people who support what you believe and share in that belief, and I guess foster it and help it grow, that sounds like a pretty good church to me.
Yeah, I mean that they are. I will say that for like our local church here that we like in Altoona, where I'm from, man, there is a church and a bar on every corner. I mean, it's literally, it's not like, I wish I was joking, but you can sling a dead cat within 5 feet of yourself, and you'll either hit a church or you're going to hit a Sheetz, which is like our local like Wawa almost. That's our like long time joke. But like, there's so many different types of churches now. It's like, it's unfathomable anymore. Like, you have the Orthodox, you have the Lutheran, the fucking, what is the other one? The one that you just said it too. Puritan.
Puritan.
Like, you have all those churches, but they're all preaching a similar message. And I think if we found a way to kind of bring all those forces back together and like, hey, we all stand for God. Whether you stand for the one thing in my system that doesn't bring you to God, or it does bring you to God, I think that's where, like, kind of like how you were just saying that, like, we need to all remember that the message is not which team that you're on gets to go to God first. It's more of the team for God is going to be the one going to God.
Yep. Because to be fair, I mean, the God and Jesus I believe in is a merciful God He's also
Yep.
a just God. So I mean, I can't imagine that he would punish a whole group of people because, oh well, you were supposed to let me think of a concept. You were supposed to get baptized, or you were supposed to do this particular thing, and you didn't do it.
Yep.
I think it's weighed as a whole. And I think a lot of people like to nitpick it because I think Catholics and Orthodox, they argue over the fact that the communion, where you have you ever been to a church where you eat the crackers and blood that's a representation of Jesus Christ, like blood and body. They beef over that, and that's, to me, that's a wild concept to beef over because it just it seems like you're nitpicking a concept that Jesus gave us, and you're deciding, well, that group can believe what they want to believe in. We can believe what we want to believe in. They were wrong for believing in that, and somehow we're right.
I agree with you, dude. Life is precious and short.
And I do think that that comment right there really does speak to how important it is to show love through actions, right?
Mhm.
Um, I
Well, yeah, sorry, Lord. My thing
oh,
kind of
you're
dipped
good,
out.
man. I was just gonna say, in the years up until my grandmother passed away, I was not I was not a good grandson. I was a really bad person. Like I said, like I was a total degenerate. I was entirely selfish and self-centered. I didn't care about anybody but myself, and I still deal with some of those tendencies today. Like I'm not entirely rid of the things that drove those ideals. But I do believe that through God and as I've gotten closer with Jesus, that I truly am forgiven, and that's just shown in the blessings that God gives me on a daily basis. But I said all of that to say, you know, um, with life being so precious and short, um, you never know when God is going to call someone, and God called her before I had an opportunity to amend the relationship that I had to her. Even still, she loved me to death until the day she passed away. She told me that she forgave me for everything, even though I did nothing to like fix the things that I had done. And that does mean a lot, yes, but at the same time, you know, uh other family members. What's up, Scott? Welcome in, man. Other family members that I have, like for instance, so my grandfather right now, he's got the exact same thing. He's got chronic COPD and emphysema. He's on hospice, but the difference there is, uh, with all these changes God made in my life, God has given me an opportunity to have there what I didn't have with my grandmother, which was an opportunity to amend the relationship, an opportunity to develop something with someone who I had done lots of wrongs with, and really showed me like this is the element of forgiveness. This is the true gift, right? The opportunity to do something that I had failed to do before, and I still, I'm not trying to s- come off as like poor me or anything, but man, I still live with a lot of regret for what happened with my grandmother. I know God forgives me, but personally, like that weighs on me a lot. I was never able to amend those things that I had done, before she passed away. And today, the greatest blessing that God has given me is the ability to amend and develop a relationship with, my grandfather, because like in light of the fact that I had failed to do that before. And coming back to the oh, Ashton took off. But coming back to the to the verse here, you know, loving with don't let us not love with words or tongue, but with actions and in truth. For me, the way that speaks to that is now I have the opportunity to do everything I possibly can to be involved in my granddad's life and to develop that relationship before, what's coming, right? And with life being so precious and short, the more I can show love through action, the less I'm going to regret in the case that God calls someone that's in my life. Does that make sense?
See,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I share your sentiment on that, lower class. I am. But like mine, how you were saying about like how you feel that you've never gotten forgiveness or anything like that. Mine is when my grandmother passed away, I think that's where a lot of my spiral went downwards for the years after, because she's been gone since '04, and so it'll be 21 years. It was 21 years this April. I think a lot of mine more was like that's why I went down that darker path, was because like I thought, okay, I don't have this person now, because my grandma and I were very, very close. Like we were thick as thieves, and I was her first grandbaby and everything, so I was definitely not spoiled, but I was loved.
Yeah.
But when my grand passed away, that's when I took my turn. Like that's when I lost myself, I lost my way, and then like I look back at it now, and I know in my heart of hearts she's proud of the man I've become now, and like how I am as a father and how I am with my kids and my wife. But I always like there is always that part of me that sits there and dwells and thinks like, hey, why did you let yourself do all these horrible things? Like, your Graham would not have been proud of you. And I think that's where I was selfish in myself, because I was like, I don't have that person anymore, so it doesn't matter. And then when my pap passed away in 2011, he kind of hit on his deathbed there. He wasn't able to speak at all. And when my mom and myself were estranged, we didn't hardly talk because I met my biological dad. My stepdad actually called me the night he was going to pass away and said, hey, your pap's not doing good. You need to get down here. It's not right. You need to say your goodbyes. And when I got to my pap's house, my uncle was standing there, my mom was standing there. We didn't cause any fights or anything because it was my pap. And I kind of walked in, grabbed his hand. I said, everything's going to be okay. We're done fighting. And I think that's where he didn't have to say it, but he said it without saying it. And he grabbed a hold of my hand. It was the last action that I ever got to do with him. And he grabbed a hold of my hand and he squeezed. And I kind of smiled, and I looked at him and I smiled back at him, and I said, Pap, it's going to be okay. I said, Kermie and I are here. It's okay. We're not fighting. I said, my mom and I are here. We're not fighting. We're here for you. You'll be okay. We're going to be okay. And like they knew he was going to pass that night. Like they all said it, like even the hospice nurses, the doctors, all of them, because he was in stage 4 pancreatic cancer, and it spread like wildfire. But I think losing him after losing my Graham, that's what helped push me to that the demonic side of my past, to where it was, I don't care about this. I don't need any of this. All I need is myself. I just need my drugs. I just need my alcohol. I'll be fine. And I think now that I have my wife, and she's led me to that path of God, and you should be a Christian, and you should be this. Now I sit back and I think to myself, wow, like, am I a person that's making my grandmother proud? I know I wasn't. I was not the man I was today. I am completely different than what I am today. I know I failed so many times, but
And
I can get now.
I think I relate some to some of what you're saying. A lot of stuff with what you and lower class have said. I think a lot of times, like whenever you suffer a lot of loss, especially if it's pretty close together, it's easy to revert to like, well, if you don't understand, you're like, why am I suffering this much loss? This sucks, like, why am I suffering like this? you can't understand. There's got to be a purpose to it, and that's something that's always kind of I don't know. A lot of times people say, "Oh, well, there's a reason for everything," or something good always comes out of something. For me personally, I can't say this may be true for everybody, but for me personally, that something that really helped with when I felt like exactly what y'all have described is at least more in recent years is like realizing that there doesn't have to be a reason for everything. When you realize like there doesn't have to be a reason for everything, it's just life. And like I don't know, something about just accepting that it's just life and making it real simple instead of trying to comprehend a reason out of everything. Really, for me, it's helped a lot be very peaceful.
Absolutely. I mean, like there's things that happen, and understanding that all of this is God's will, and not trying to figure out what God wants to do, not trying to figure out what is God's master plan. Because I mean, in my own experience, right, trying to figure out what God has in store is an exercise in futility every time.
Hmm.
I have no idea what's coming. I have no idea why anything's happening. And the more I try to sit and think about it, to me, and this is just me, right? So I can't speak for anyone else, but the more I try to think about why things happen or what could possibly happen, the more disconnected I get from God. And that's just me.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you have something to say there, Corey? I saw you unmuted.
My kid stubbed his toe, so I didn't want to have him scream in the mic.
Oh,
Hey, that's
I
okay,
hope
man.
he's all right, man.
I just gave my daughter a bubble bath. I kept having to mute and unmute. That's why I got locked out of the panel there for a minute because I went to unmute my phone and it derped out and put me back into the channel.
But I mean,
Like,
it's what's the weird way of saying this? It's kind of generally when I hear people's stories about how they came into contact with Jesus and how they've built their relationship. I rarely hear someone says that they've formed a relationship with Jesus Christ. I rarely hear that their life ends up getting worse, and it could just be a perception thing. I mean, it could just be their outlook on life. But out of all the times I've heard someone talk about their, I guess, connecting with Jesus or connecting with God, it's always, I guess, followed with how my life improved afterwards.
absolutely agree. In my case, the main thing that it helped me with is it gave me some form of like fundamental baseline that I can work from instead of being literally lost, right?
Hmm.
Like literally having nothing, no reference point to revert back to. Because like before I started to develop a relationship with a higher power, um, I my reference point was solely based off of my experiences, you know, and as I continued to spiral down into like further selfishness, self-centeredness, and along with like the kind of things that happen to you when you're strung out on dope, just to be completely blunt, my reference point always changed, and it was always from a negative reference point that I would act out of things, right?
Hmm.
And I can't speak for other people along those lines. That was just me. But when it comes to finding God and finding that fundamental baseline that I can reference back to, that it's pure. God is pure. And Jesus is humanity, or is God personified. So that's an idol. That's something I can strive towards. And then God, the absolute purity, is the baseline reference that I can always go back to in any given situation, and it's consistent. I think that's one of the most important things, was having that consistent baseline that I can always revert back to uh, when it comes to whether it's thought process, actions, anything. That's how it really was, like fundamentally in the very beginning the most helpful to me, and that's done nothing but evolve and become stronger to that initial fundamental baseline as time has gone on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can kind of agree with that. You know, I've not gotten worse since finding God through my wife and them. Like I haven't. I've been, like I said, I've been sober 8 years now from, you know, drugs and alcohol and shit like that. But I'm not perfect. I'll never claim to be perfect. But I do say that, you know, I've had a lot more blessings come my way when it comes to my kids and when it comes to my wife and stuff like that. So I do owe a lot of that to God. She was the one that kind of held my hand and took me into church and stuff like that. And I won't lie, I hated it at first because it was definitely not my cup of tea. But
Yep.
then when I went to the one Bible conference and stuff, and I was listening to the pastors and I was listening to the different sermons and stuff through that, I kind of closed my eyes, and for a moment I could hear my grandmother in the back of my head saying, "You've finally done it." And as soon as I heard that, it was like a breath of relief. And I could feel it in my soul and in my heart. And that's whenever I turned and looked, and they're like, if anybody's willing to be saved today, anybody's today, you know, open their heart to God and open their soul to Jesus Christ to be saved, you know, meet us in the back. And I didn't even think about it. I didn't even hesitate on it. I just stood up, and my wife looked, she was my girlfriend at the time. And her and her mom both looked at me, and they both kind of looked, and it was a bewilderment look on their face. And they're like, "What are you doing?" I said, "I think I'm going to go back. I think it's time." You know, and I'm truly, truly thankful that I did, because without being able to pray to God for my kids, for their safety when they were sick, or my wife whenever she was, you know, pregnant with my little ones, I don't know where I would have turned. You know,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
nice to have that in the back pocket to go, my life is going through these horrible, terrible trials right now and tribulations. But if I leave this in God's hands, it'll be okay. You know, if I just stop and be still and let God do his thing, then there is a reason, and he'll show me the reason. He'll show me how to conquer it. And, you know, that's why I think a lot of us as Christians, and a lot of us, even as like spiritual Christians, the ones that don't go to church but still recognize Christ as Lord and Savior, I think that's where a lot of us should be together. You know, there is a lot of hate and a lot of immoral things in this world, but you can't constitute, oh, I forget how to say this thing, can't constitute something that you can constitute towards malice.
You can't contribute. Was it? You can't contribute. I know what you're talking about.
So
I
you
know the
know what
chord.
saying I'm trying to
Yeah,
say.
I know it.
But like,
There's a really good Bible verse that I commit to heart, and I think that anyone should commit this Bible verse to heart. It's Proverbs 3, 5, and 6. And it says, "Trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he'll make straight thy path."
Yeah.
I'll look that one up. Don't attribute that which could be attributed to ignorance to malice. Thank you, EOD.
I was gonna say
The
that's it.
ginger saves us.
Hey,
But
lower
I mean,
class, could you pull up that Proverbs?
Which one is it?
that's 3, 5, and 7,
It's Proverbs 3, 5, and 6.
3, 5, 6.
Just for all the people, I guess, who don't have it on the top of their head.
I couldn't quote you a lick from the Bible. The only thing from the Bible that I could quote you would be John 3:16, because it's one of my wife's favorite verses, and that's the only reason I know that one, is because the Lord loved the world so much that he sent his only begotten Son to rescue it. Pretty much, is
I mean,
paraphrasing.
if you're gonna know any of them, that's a very profound one to know.
Proverbs. Wait. Proverbs what now?
3, 5, and 6.
Which chapter?
Proverbs 3.
Proverbs 3, 5, and 6. you
Chapter
said?
3, 5, and 6. Yes, sir.
Yep, there,
Okay, cool. Yeah,
right
trust
there.
in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight. Yes, that's right in line with what we've been talking about.
So, what's that verse your mom always quotes from Matthew? I'm trying to think of it. The one she uses for her anxiety.
Matthew's
It's
a
like,
strong book.
well, my mother-in-law suffers from severe anxiety, and like she is sharp as a tack when it comes to Christian stuff. Like when it comes to Bible stuff, like I on the other night, whenever I was watching the one debate about Christianity versus secularism, I had to ask her so many questions because like she knows these things like that. Like her grandmother was into the church, like she's into the church big.
Oh
When
yeah.
she's not working, she goes to the church. But there was one saying from Matthew, and I cannot remember it by the top of my head, but it had to do with anxiety. And it was something along the lines of let the world be still around you and let God sort out the rest. Something to that extent. It was a Matthew verse that her one best friend, who is a missionary, she works down in Ecuador. She came up for a little bit a couple of years back, and she was sitting there, and her mom and her daughter and her sisters were having a Bible study together. And I excused myself from it. I was more than welcome to sit in on it, but I excused myself from it because it was not the right place or time for me to interject.
Mhm.
And I do remember the verse something because it helped her with her anxieties. And it was like, allow yourself to be still within the raging waters and let God protect you from the storm, or something to that extent. But like that's the one I can kind of think of in my head when it comes to stuff like that. But I think I think the world needs a showing of peace through God. If we
Well,
could get that back into the schools, back into the public, back into society. I'm not saying that we need like a one found religion for Christianity for everybody. Everybody needs to be Christian. But I think it would help in society and in today's day and age if we could get that religious aspect back into the world. I think everything is divulged from Christianity, and people just don't care about sin anymore. And I think that's where we all, as Christians and as people that look at Christianity as a moral objective and a moral guidance, that we can try to help push people towards more. Because we're all sinners.
Oh yeah.
100%. We're all sinners. We're all short next to the glory of God. But I think that if we as ourselves can push people towards that Christian understanding of good and evil, I think that might be something worth pushing and fighting.
So that can open up a pretty good conversation that we could have here. What I would say would be, what do y'all think the proper approach is in society to help spur on more of a relationship with God?
I would say the biggest thing is you kind of have. It can't be something forced. So a lot of people kind of want to use the government to bring, the Ten Commandments back into school and stuff like that. But I think it's kind of a cultural issue, and I think every time that we bring legislation into the cultural realm, I think we're at a huge disadvantage. I would say generally we have to make it more acceptable, kind of similar to what you're doing right now. I mean, even if it's as small as it is, I mean, just making it more common to get together to discuss something as simple as Bible verses, or discussing something simple as, how's our life been going, since we met Jesus Christ, what are the things that we're, not holding up to our own bargain. You just kind of have to interject it in the culture. I think a lot of people think that, because I mean, to be fair, we're talking about, I don't know, what, 60 years of degradation of kind of Christian as the moral philosophy of America. So it's going to take time, but I mean, I would say teach it to your kids. I would say, you know, promote it around the house. I would say, um, don't sh- don't shy away from answering questions, even if you don't know the answer. Even if you have to tell them, well, I'm gonna have to, I will have to get back to you on it. I think a lot of people are looking for meaning. They've already ruled out Christianity to give it to them.
Right,
Just
right.
you know,
Yeah.
So here's my thing, and I was thinking about this. What is the thing that that has caused people to start shifting away from like more of the dominant ideals that have been in society for the past, let's say, 25 years?
you
I
might
can
not like
say
the answer.
100%. It's college.
I,
Yeah.
I would say it's a little. I would probably say yeah, that's probably the greatest thing that you can point your finger at to. But I would say eh, Christians would be shocked, but I think the answer is Christians themselves.
Well, so
Guys,
yes, correct.
I
See,
agree with that.
so I would say we definitely started shifting away from that a little more than 25 years ago. I'm saying the ideals that replaced those, right? Like these kind of
Hmm.
hard left wing, very secular, very because from my perspective, and this is just the way I'm seeing things right now, people are starting to move more towards or more away from, let's say, like degeneracy, hedonism, these kind of things that have been a very dominant ideal in our society for about 20 years now. You know,
Hmm.
that's why, like, to me, the thing that has there's it seems like, and this is just my perspective, so I could be completely wrong, but it seems like those ideals are becoming more and more unpopular, and one of the things that is having this like uh this visceral reaction, it's causing the visceral reaction, is the very thing that caused people to move towards those. And I think when I was growing up, people who were incredibly religious, they would point a finger at someone and say, and I'm not talking about everybody. Some people need to have someone tell them once in their life, like, no, what you're doing is wrong.
Hmm.
But there's a lot of people who they do have like a semblance of a moral principle, and they treat other people well. And then when there's an opportunity for someone to be brought to God or to get saved, instead of them being incentivized to do it, instead of people talking about like in specifics the way these things benefited the person who is in front of them's lives, they're told, well, either you're going to go to hell if you don't believe this, or you're a bad person, you're a degenerate, you're this, you're that, yada yada yada. And that approach is the same exact approach that these like hedonistic degenerate ideals utilize when trying to drag people into their belief system.
Fear
Uh,
mongering.
you're what's that?
Fear
I was just
mongering.
gonna
Yeah,
It's
you're
on both sides. Like the
yeah.
left wing, far left, they say, "Oh well, how dare you have a problem with homosexuality or homophobe?" And then the far right says, "Oh well, you can't use curse words. You can't say shit, fuck, fire." It's like,
Night, Ashton. Thank you, bro.
well, I just wanted to say one more thing before I head out and kind of into this and kind of let this be the last thing I say. I think a lot of us got pushed away from Christ, and a lot of society got pushed away from Christ was when they use it more as a club than a cudgel.
Yeah.
Like I know a lot as a kid growing up in my area. I mean, we're not very religious. I mean, we are religious, but we're not. But I think a lot of it was more of the force of you need to be Christian versus the coming with us. We are the party that you want to be with. And I think that's where a lot
mm,
of people, if they would have changed the message, but not the messenger, or I apologize, if they would have changed the messenger and not the message itself, I think we would lead more people to Christ. I think a lot of people are looking at it from the perspective, and this was even myself until a few years back. I don't want to go to church because I don't live a church lifestyle. I swear, I cuss, I drink, I do all these things that I know are sinful. And I don't want to go into a place to have myself be looked at as you're a sinner, you're not welcomed here. And
Yeah,
that's the one thing
scrutinizing.
that yeah, like I give my church, I should say my wife's church, because I don't hardly ever go. I give her church that benefit because when I first started going there, they welcomed us in with open arms. You know, they definitely helped me through understanding a lot of the word, and they helped me fully find Christ and fully understand what his word to me was. Whereas a lot of the other churches, even in like the bigger cities, the bigger towns, it's more of a, if you don't do this, you're going to go to hell. And if you don't follow our strict guidelines, you're going to go to hell. That's where we're pushing
Hmm.
people away from Christ because we're not providing the message that, hey, you're a sinner. I'm a sinner. We're both sinners. We're always going to be sinners. But you know what the good thing about this is? There's a God that loves us. That is so much that he gave his son to us to repent these sins in his name and to fix us and to allow us into his eternal kingdom with love and hope and prayer. And I think if a more people like ourselves would push that type of message versus the Joel Osteens or the big mega church people, I think that would bleed the society back to Christ. Now, even if you're Jewish or if you're not Christian or you're Muslim, you know, I think having that faith in Christ, whether it be the Jewish Christ or the Jewish God that you speak of or the Christian God you speak of, forcing people to love your religion is no way to make them feel the message of that religion.
Yeah.
And I think that's where a lot of us as Christians have gone astray in that path. And I mean, like there was a Billy, I believe it was Billy Graham was who I was watching the other night whenever I was flipping through YouTube shorts. And his one sermon was, my God was not made for the white man. My God was not made for the black man. My God was made for man, woman, and child to receive him and to love him with their hearts to where they themselves would be loved by him. And I listened to that like on repeat for a good solid like 5 minutes. And I think that's what truly made my eyes and mind open. Like, okay, this is something we should all do. Let's preach the gospel, but not force the gospel. And I think that's where a lot of people are missing that sentiment. You know, if you go into a crowded room and you're the outsider of that room and it's nothing but a bunch of, you know, atheists and Scientologists and all these types of people, when you're talking to them and not at them, people are more willing to listen to the message that you have. So if it is a message of love and Christ and everything else, they're going to open their hearts more to that versus y'all need to straighten your act up and quit being this and quit being that, quit doing this and quit doing that. You're going to hell if you do that. If you just say, hey, listen, we get it. You're a bunch of sinners. We're all sinners. You know, we might all do things that don't look good to God's eyes. But here's the nice thing about our God. He's forgiving. He's merciful. And he cares. The devil doesn't give you any of those three things. And those three things are the main three things in life that we always think about.
Hey, dude,
But,
amen to that, bro. Absolutely.
Yep.
Hmm.
But on that note, I love all y'all. Be good. Peace be with you. You know, God bless every single one of you guys that are in the chat. EOD especially, because he is now the new ginger of the jokes, I guess.
He's the true ginger.
But it's okay. EOD, you're allowed to be a ginger. My nieces and nephews are all gingers, so it's okay. I have more gingers. I have more gingers in my family than you do. So, but amen to all y'all. And I think this is a good idea, lower class. I honestly do. I think we could make something more out of this for Wednesdays and Sundays. And I think my wife and I were talking about it while I had you guys on mute. I think we're going to start getting back into church so that I can not only be more well versed in this, but I think this might be a calling for all of us. We all have those political things in our head. We all want to do that political side. But I think if we as men can bring more people to Christ via this way, then I think this is the way we should do it.
Let's go, dude. Oh, that's
Absolutely
great. Thank
agree.
you, man.
But all right, y'all. Peace out, Girl Scouts. Be good.
All right. Peace, brother.
You too. Hey, did
Corey,
you
got
get
anything to add, my brother?
Dang,
did
he
you
was
get those
preaching.
Bible verses I dropped in?
Yeah. I had him pulled up in the stream.
Oh, cool. I lost signal for a minute.
Oh shit. Yeah, my bad. You had the 2 Corinthians 10:12. I had that up, and I got Psalms 23 up right now.
Yeah, if you want to read those.
Yeah,
I'll
I
let
can.
you right over now.
I'd happily read Psalms real quick. So
Yeah, that whole chapter is amazing, dude.
yeah, dude, Psalms 23 is huge. This was massive to me because it was one of those Psalms 23. I've known it for a long time in my life. My grandmother used to talk about this chapter a lot. And it's like significance really didn't like play part in my life until I started to open myself up to Christ. So here's Psalm 23. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the path of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and my staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemies, anointing my head with oil, and my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Man, that's
It's powerful.
yeah, buddy. That's a good one.
Mhm.
That's a good one. For me, and I do want to preface everything I say with I'm not incredibly versed with the Bible. I can't. I'm still learning this. I'm very new to a lot of these, like a lot of the text itself, right? But for me,
I'll tell you, the King James is really easy to memorize. It's very poetic.
yeah.
It's probably the best one.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah. But for me, Psalm 23 is just a testament to no matter how bad things can get in my life, no matter what things that I may be facing that bring, fear and any kind of, no matter what I may think could possibly happen, as long as I am grounded in God and I keep my heart with God, I will make it through, right? I'm given everything I need when, he leads me beside the still waters, makes me lie down in green pastures, prepares a table before me in the presence of my enemies, and anoints my head with oil. And I could be completely off base here, so correct me if I'm wrong, but that is what I derive from this chapter. The thing I derive from this chapter is I am fully equipped to deal with everything as long as I am being shepherded or looking to God in Christ for guidance. Though that is what this truly speaks in my life. But if anyone's more knowledgeable about this, please speak up, because like
I mean, I
I'm
think you hit
doing
the
this
nail
to
on the
learn
head.
just as much as I want other people to learn. You know what I mean? So,
Because
Yeah.
to me, it's kind of a visualization of what faith means.
yeah.
Because it paints you like a visual picture of it tells you as I travel through the valley of death, or as I travel through the valley of darkness. Is it
Well, so
darkness or death?
in the NIV, I'm pretty sure it says, "As I travel through the valley of darkness."
Okay, yeah. Well, I guess it's kind of describing you kind of the reality of the world, what we've seen for tens of thousands of years, and then it kind of paints you the visualization of what it means to have faith in Christ, and then what that means, like what that garners from having that.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
that particular Bible verse was written by David. There was no Christ at that point. He was saying he was trusting in the Lord and God.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
but he
I'm
was
not an
running
expert
from,
either.
if I'm not mistaken, which if anyone wants to further educate me, that's fine. But he was running from his son. His son was trying to kill him, and he was hiding from him. his son had an army after his dad. His dad, the king, King David.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, would that be during the generational line of Abraham? Like, I guess is he one of the?
Jesus was down. He was a downshoot from David. He was a descendant of King David,
Okay,
according
okay.
to the.
Because I mean, every day I can guarantee you when the Bible's brought up to me, I learned something new, and that's kind of how I know the usefulness of it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it should be. I think it should be read. I think it should be read every day, even if it's just a little bit here and there, just a little bit, just being familiar. You don't even
Hmm.
necessarily have to memorize it these days with technology. If you know the three words in the verse, you can go find it on Google. You know, as long as
That's
you know what's
absolutely
in
true.
there, you can go find it. Yeah.
That's absolutely true. Because
Yeah.
I guess the crazy thing is every every time I find myself in a situation, whether it's more than likely it will more than likely be bad, but even the good situations, there's always that one Bible verse that clicks and almost mimics either an answer to my question about the bad thing I'm going through, or kind of gives me a visualization of other people who are also going through a similar problem that they may be facing.
Amen,
Yeah.
Scott. Yeah, yeah. There's you think about it. The book was written in for what was it? It was written in for like at least 1,000 years, and
Oh,
there's books that are older and there's books that are younger. But regardless, there's so much that's talked about. At least something along the lines of what you're going through or dealing with in life is covered in it. You know?
and and people will downplay the Bible, and it's like it's crazy to get together like 40 different authors and kind of be able to mimic back and forth, or I would say mimic, but be able to mirror back from front to back, kind of a generalized story that kind of has parables that will stick with you in your daily life. I don't think there's any book that's ever accomplished that, I guess, without doing it directly, if that makes sense. Because, like,
Yes.
I would say each individual author didn't write this thinking about, okay, how can I create this grand story that reflects back in on itself. It's something inspired them to do that, if that makes sense.
Well, a lot of them were in jail or in prison somewhere, and they had nothing to do but to write letters to people. And so the whole Bible, most of it is comprised of just letters. That's all it is. They were sending to one another. A huge portion of the Bible, I forget what percentage, but it was written in prison, in
Oh yeah,
captivity.
and some of it is just kind of what's the best way to say it? Some of it written actively during like persecution. So a
Hmm.
lot of the main disciples were in places that would actively kill them if they knew that, hey, these guys are working on, you know, this, I guess, alternate religion that counteracts to our belief system.
Yes. And believe it or not, the Bible actually supports the Second Amendment. Jesus told his disciples, if you don't have a sword, sell your cloak and buy one.
It also teaches you gun discipline, because it says just because you have a gun doesn't mean it's worth using, and not every problem can be solved with a sword.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it says to be quick to hear, slow to speak, slow to wrath, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah,
I, I now I could be wrong. Is the quote "the pen is mightier than the sword"? Does it originate from the Bible?
I'm not exactly sure. Give me just a second, guys. We just had Are We Not Men drop in to say, hey, thank you, man. You're always welcome
Uh,
in here. Please come in anytime, my dude.
yeah. The pen is mightier than the sword. I believe that was coined by Benjamin Franklin or something.
okay. because the weird thing about it, especially with like American quotes, I know a lot of them. Like, you ever heard? This isn't a quote, but the Blackstone formulation.
Uh-uh.
Okay, I think it's let let 10 guilty men escape so that one innocent doesn't suffer. And then I think Benjamin Franklin and a couple of founding fathers expanded that to then say let 100 guilty men escape and then then let one innocent person suffer. And so our legal system is kind of based around the philosophy of, hey, just you can't go out of your way to punish guilty people if that means innocents are going to suffer in the process.
Well, yeah, our judicial system has gotten a long ways away from that. The original founding fathers,
Yeah, I
uh,
mean, to be fair, our country
their
has.
plans for yeah, yeah,
For
because the
sure.
Second Amendment wasn't meant to have any laws around it. Whether you're a felon or not, there was not supposed to be any laws around that, right?
And, and
I could
in fact,
understand if it was a violent felony. Yeah, sure, okay, we'll make that one exception, but one begets another exception, and before you know it, you have no rights.
see, also the problem is there's supposed to be a system in which if we feel an amendment no longer serves its purpose, that we're supposed to change it. And until we change that amendment, which is a very difficult process, that amendment should be held up above any other law. Because I mean,
Yeah, it should be the
we
top
could
dog.
change amendments. It's like if Congress really wanted to, and we come together and decide, hey, the Second Amendment, maybe it shouldn't include nuclear weapons. You know, maybe it shouldn't include having your own mortar system in your backyard. I can reasonably be talked into believing that, but it's kind of once you start to sway from the concept of, hey, we're just going to make this law through the ATF and you just kind of have to follow it. Then I'm like, well, what's the purpose of having the Second Amendment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So originally, the founding fathers, most of them were like they were Rosicrucians, they were Knights Templars, they were Freemasons, which there's plenty that could be gone into on that particular topic because Freemasonry, deep down, I don't want to rile anyone's feathers up, but it is demonic. Used to not be so much, but it's kind of devolved. But they were all had Christian values. The whole basis of their system was that men had inalienable rights given us by
Mm-hmm.
God, and like
Mm-hmm.
all the Constitution was doing was affirming that. It wasn't
Mm-hmm.
saying that here you have this privilege. And you look at like fast forward to today, we not like our law system, our lawfare is actually farther away from God. Like it's away from
Oh
God,
yeah.
right?
Oh yeah.
Because God gives us these or what is it, unalienable rights, right? All the
Mm-hmm.
rights that we have, we're not supposed to be given permission from the government. We're supposed to be being given permission by God from from birth.
Well,
And
let me paint this picture. So I'm used to talking to a lot of, I guess, more left leaning people. So one of the topics is I'm very radical when it comes to the idea of abortion, but our legal system has incorporated a protection for people that want to kill their babies, and it's like that that thought process that's in our legal system. I can't imagine the damage in which we're doing on a, I guess, religious basis. I mean, we're not only killing other, I guess, other countries' babies through warfare, but we've been convinced that just kill your own if you can't support it, or you're not financially there, or because it may have an illness, or it may die when it's 5. And like
yeah,
I've struggled heavily with this because it's like it's hard to paint the picture that in the society that I grew up in and I love and is supposed to be the beacon on the hill, that's what snuck through and become a huge cultural issue in America.
Well, so I will
Mhm.
tell you this, and you know, I'm biased against abortion, but I can say this, setting aside my biases, their messaging on the topic has been much more effective than the pro-life's messaging
I
on the topic.
agree. I
I
agree.
mean, and their messaging, so like kind of touching back on the conversation we were having earlier, their messaging on the topic solely revolves around incentivizing having one
Hmm.
because they've gotten to the point where they Judge, welcome back in, man. Good to see you again. Good to see you again. Um, the got it. Yeah, yeah. I hear that. I hear that. But um, when it comes to the messaging on it, they incentivize the debauchery, they incentivize degeneracy, and then the messaging that follows when it comes to the actual abortion topic itself is, well, I can continue to do these things that I've been doing
Hmm.
if I'm not strapped down with a child, if I'm not
Yep.
chained to the ground by a child.
Yep.
And the big thing I've seen when it comes to the pro life is their messaging doesn't revolve around so much of incentivizing people having kids.
Yep.
Like the
Mhm.
messaging solely revolves around how bad you are if you have if you get an abortion.
Well,
Yeah.
you
And
think
like
about.
while I agree and in my perspective from my perspective that's true, it's not as effective to tell someone what they're doing is wrong. The more effective option is telling somebody something else that is better. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Oh yeah.
100%. You think about you think about how much propaganda had to go into American society to make most modern women today rather go work a job for some jerk off that doesn't even care about you, or you're just a number, over being able to stay at home, not work, take care of some kids, and just hang out at the house. I mean, we got TV nowadays. They didn't even have TV back then, and
Yeah.
that was a better option. Nowadays, your wife can stay home and have TV, have the kids, just chill, retired. At as soon as she had her first kid, she's retired. You think about how much propaganda had to go into making that look like a bad option.
Yeah,
It's
it was a
insane to
slow
think about.
process, man. Just look up what's his name? Ivan Bezmenov, I think is his name. Um,
Yes, the
it was a
Russian
very slow
spy, the
process, but
defecto.
they started it started with the free love movement in the 60s and it just slowly evolved into what it is today.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
unfortunate, but that's the case, right?
yeah. I mean, I tell you, if I lived in, if I if I was a girl, son, I'd be retired. I'd have a couple kids. Oh, I'd be out the game. You think I'm working? Hell no.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, I also think we lost the culture battle around that, and we, instead of like enforcing that this is kind of one of the greatest services that a woman can serve, we've decided to say, hey, your career, it outshines it. Your career,
Yeah.
it's better. Or, and you can make this, Andrew Wilson makes this case with kind of, he says, women now, they want to serve in the military, but your service as a mother deeply outweighs that.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with that. I don't agree with everything with that Andrew Wilson says, but I would say this kind of the service that the mother plays is probably one of the most important roles, along with the father. I think these two roles. I mean, you can kind of see it echoed in the Bible and the symbolism with calling God Father and calling Jesus the Son of Man. I think it's kind of painting the archetype
And
of.
Jesus calls his church his bride.
Yep.
Yeah.
Even the shepherd in the flock. It's like it's
Mm.
painting this kind of responsibility element into it, and it's become so much of a responsibility that it's kind of I guess culturally become a drag to a lot of people. Even though
Mm-hmm.
it's I mean, there's two things I weigh way above myself, and that's service for my country because it's something that I didn't have the courage to do, and it's, I guess, playing the archetype of the mother and the father. It's like those two things. It. they deserve as much honor as I can give them with my vote. Anything that supports those two causes, you've got my vote.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. Hey guys, so Abe is an absolute legend, and he linked me the clip. It's Yuri Bezmenov, not Ivan, sorry. Yeah, it's Yuri
Sweet.
Bezmenov. So he sent the clip. If you guys are down, we can go ahead
I'm
and let.
down.
Let's go.
Thank
That's
you very
wonderful.
much, Abe. This is a it's only like 12, 13 minutes, but so just the backstory on this guy. He was KGB. Yeah, he was KGB over in Russia, and he defected in the early 80s, late 70s, around that time. And this is just his take on what he. I mean, like what's been going on in our society, man. I mean, it's very like front and center. Here we go. All
It's
right,
probably gonna be scary. Scary accurate.
it's pretty scary. Yeah, dude, check this out.
Subversion. That is a phrase that I'm afraid some Americans don't fully understand. When the Soviets used the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the process which is legitimate, overt, and open. You can see it with your own eyes. All you have to do, all American mass media has to do, is to unplug their bananas from their ears, open up their eyes, and they can see it. There is no mystery. There is nothing to do with espionage. I know that espionage intelligence gathering looks more romantic. It sells more deodorants through the advertising, probably. That's why your Hollywood producers are so crazy about James Bond type of thrillers. But in reality, the main emphasis of the KGB is not in the area of intelligence at all. According to my opinion and opinion of many defectors of my caliber, only about 15% of time, money, and manpower is spent on espionage as such. The other 85% is a slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in four basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The result you can see. Most of the people who graduated in the 60s, dropouts or half-baked intellectuals, are now occupying the positions of power in the government, civil service, business, mass media, educational system. You are stuck with them. You cannot get rid of them. They are contaminated. They are programmed to think and react to certain stimuli in a certain pattern. You cannot change their mind, even if you expose them to authentic information, even if you prove that white is white and black is black, you still cannot change the basic perception and the logic of behavior. In other words, these people, the process of demoralization is complete and irreversible. To get rid society of these people, you need another 20 or 15 years to educate a new generation of patriotically minded and common sense people who would be acting in favor and in the interests of the United States society.
And yet these people who've been programmed and, as you say, in place and
Yes.
who are favorable to an opening with the Soviet concept, these are the very people who would be marked for extermination in this country?
Most of them, yes. Simply because the psychological shock when they will see in future what the beautiful society of equality and social justice means in practice, obviously they will revolt. They will be very unhappy, frustrated people, and
I do just want to add something real quick. What he just said right there is one of the most important things, that the useful idiots will be the first ones lined up on the wall.
Yep.
That's what
I,
he was just saying there.
I will also. He probably would say this as well, but it's also the people who push for that revolution. It seems like the people that push for the revolution are always the first one that are taken out because they are the ones that would more than likely start the next revolution. The
Right.
youthful idiots, the people who are just like, okay, yeah, I'm on my seventh COVID shot. Let's go for eighth. Or we need to
Yeah.
go to war with Iraq, Afghanistan, all these other countries because it's what we need to do. And you see it push politics in insane ways.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that that kind of, he said, well, he said something along the lines just now, they would be greatly frustrated or upset. Well, you think about it today, that's what's happening in America. We're like, hey, what's up with this cancel culture? What's up with all this pushing people to chop off their genitals? That's not okay. And I think that that's kind of what's going on right now. People are done with it. They're
Oh
tired
yeah.
of it.
Well, I was going to say, I think I don't know if it's Pew Research or if it's Gallup, but they do polls like in age groups, and if I'm not mistaken, the generation I believe it to be Alpha, or the one up
Gen
under
Z and
Alpha.
Gen A.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
starting to see a noticeable flip just
They're
because,
the
like,
most conservative
yep,
generation of youth of all time.
which
Yes.
it makes sense because they've been exposed to this idea and they don't quite know what it was like before the idea was exposed because these are very influential ideas to a lot of people. I wouldn't say not really conservatives, but more progressives. And so now that they've seen the praxia of these ideas, it's starting to do that cultural flip again.
Mm-hmm.
And
100%.
and that was one of the reasons I was bringing up earlier. Like, when it comes to messaging, and when it comes to, I don't like using this word this way, but it is what it is. When it comes to the propaganda utilized, when it comes to bringing people back towards more of a normalcy standpoint, you know, uh, supporting like growing a family and settling down and stepping away from degeneracy, like the social incentive has to be there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Has to be there. And that's why, like, for me personally, I am much more attracted to things where I can have at least some loose ideal on what the benefit of me doing that is, versus when someone says do it this way or you're a bad person, I
Hmm.
immediately have like a visceral reaction to it where it's like,
Yeah.
I don't really know about that, you know?
Yeah.
But
Well,
when it
Yeah.
comes to somebody
no,
when
go
it
ahead. Go
comes to
ahead.
somebody incentivizing, hey, here is what is good about having structure. Here is the benefits it brought me, right? Here is something good about having a relationship with God. Here are the benefits that it brought me. Here is something good about having children. Here are the benefits that it brought me, you know?
Hmm.
And like focusing solely on that type of messaging, I just feel it would be so much more effective than it would just telling people, well, you should have your kid because, if you don't, then you suck. Oh, what's up, Grumple? Welcome in, dude. Welcome in. Dusty, welcome in, dude. Thank you, man.
I agree with you 100%. And you look at today, like how so many people left their parents' homes, and then nowadays a lot of millennials and around the millennial age range, a lot of the younger millennials are moving back in with their parents if they can. And the thought crossed my mind the other day. I'm like, how crazy is it that we outsource labor of our children? We outsource the money that our children bring in. We take we spend our humanity, you know, and at least in America, this is normally mostly an American problem, but we we work our tails off and give our all to raise our children, and then when they're 18 to 22, they're gone out the house, and it's crazy
Mhm.
to me. Like, I personally, if I had one or four kids, my parents had four kids. I'm the oldest of four. I would tell them, hey, you go get you a good job. Like, I'm a truck driver. You go get you a good job, and I'm gonna build you a tiny home out back. We're gonna build you one, and you finance it through me. I'll be the bank, and you will have equity in this property. And
Yep.
someday when I pass, you will receive a portion of this, or you will keep it in the family, or whatever you figure out at that point.
Yeah.
But it's just
It'll give you
crazy to
options.
me. Yeah, you're taking all the interest, all the money that your children pay, and you're outsourcing it somewhere else. That's
Yep.
so crazy to me. Like, and
Yeah.
it's part of why our family units in America are so like split up and discombobulated. Like,
Yep.
I think it's 20% of Americans live within 15 minutes of their immediate family.
Hmm.
20%. That's insane. That's horrible.
Oh yeah.
No wonder we have
Yeah.
all these problems in America, drinking, drugs, and all this other debauchery and hedonism, as lower class was speaking of earlier.
Well,
We
it's
don't.
also why we have to rely on a social safety net the way we do, because a lot of people have lost the concept of, well, if we look out for the people in our church, if we look out for the people in our community, if we look out for our family and stuff like that. And so a lot of that's gone now, and so now we
Yeah.
have a large group of people who have to replace that with something, and that something is the government.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure Yuri would tell you that that's probably some of the first steps to how, I guess, how you can change the political system of a government by having its people dependent on it.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
there's some,
Separate the family. Put everybody
well,
on food stamps.
yep.
so
Separate the meaning, separate religion, separate the family, separate the community, separate all these things. And then you start to get signs like during COVID, where the government was telling you, hey, if you know someone who's out doing something they're not supposed to, why don't you give us a call and we'll pay you?
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
Or and it always starts small, and so people will be like, that's not that big of a deal. That you know, I justify it because, oh well, he could kill, you know, someone else with the COVID virus. I was like, yeah, but it always starts small, and then they
Yeah.
start, and then the next thing is, oh well, your neighbor's doing something in his house, why don't you turn him in?
They
Or
got more than 5 people over. They got their whole family
yep.
over. Can you believe that?
Yep, they're not wearing masks, and then it'll start with something important like COVID, and then it'll end in something benign like, oh, your neighbor is a Republican or he's MAGA. Why don't you turn him in? Why
Yeah.
don't you do this? And
Yeah.
it's crazy how it starts so simple and then just keeps getting worse and worse.
Yeah.
so for me, I think the most effective form of messaging would be solely to rely on showing and giving a good example of the benefits of following along with these kinds of principles. You know, um,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You have
yeah,
to be your own testimony for sure.
like and along with that, because see, you know, like now, luckily, right, a lot of these hardcore degenerate ideals, the way that they're pressed now is, well, if you do the other thing, you're stupid or you're bad, and there's not really like a hard uh there's not a hard case for why those you know, degeneracy, hedonism, those kind of lifestyles are like a good thing, right? um
Mm-hmm.
there's really no good case to be made there. So the only messaging they have is, well, if you do the other thing, which is the opposite of what we want, um if you do the other thing that is the opposite of what we want, then you're either stupid, you're a bad person, you don't have
You're a part of capitalism or the patriarchy or
exactly,
something, some
exactly.
form of demonism. That's what it
And
is.
then when you have that other side is going to tell you the exact same thing without offering any kind of incentive, you're just stuck between a rock and a hard place. Well, it's like, well, those people think those
Right.
people suck, and those people think the other people suck. So where
Yep.
do I go? Instead of the messaging solely revolving around this is why it's good to do this. These are
Yep.
the benefits that can be reaped from this. You know? And I just feel like that is so much more effective than the inverse.
100%. And dude, think about like how many people and the older generations that didn't really see what was coming necessarily, and unfortunately, they either don't have quite the relationship with their kids that they want, or their kids don't have any kids, so they're not going to have grandkids to take care of them when they get older. And
Yeah.
so they're going to be at the hospice working, somebody's going to be taking care of them when they're older, and that they don't even know, some random stranger that they're paying way too much, you know.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
absolutely.
Well, and it's like the moment it hits you that you may have messed up, we're talking 50, 60 years too late. And then what do you
Yeah.
do then?
Yep.
Yeah, it's something that really is I've thought about, kind of heavy on my heart towards the boomer generation. Unfortunately, not the right now the millennials are eating shit when it comes to the stock market and the housing market and all that, and that's all a problem, sure, but the baby boomers are going to be eating it here in about 20, 30 years, and I'm
Yep.
like, oh man,
Well,
you
so
know.
think about the mass majority of millennials who've been sold this, go have your career, wait to
No
have a
kids.
family, this, that. Yeah, you've got, because the person that comes to mind, she and she's someone that mocks kind of having children and having kind of a family is oh, I drew a blank. Christina no, Chelsea Handler.
Yes.
Uh, because there was a post or a video she made not that long ago that was talking about how good her life was, because all she gets to do is wake up and hit a bowl and then masturbate and then go back to sleep. And I'm just thinking, there's no deep meaning in that. I was like, yeah, that's fun right now, but you think that's going to sustain you for the next 30 years of your life? And then
Yeah.
what happens when your career's over and everyone forgets you, and then you know you're by yourself in a hospital, and you don't really have anybody to call because all your friends have passed away or they have families and everything, and so now you're stuck in a hospital bed where the only friends you have is the nurse that walks in and checks up on you every couple of hours.
Yep. Yeah, I told a friend a while back. I said, if I don't have kids, in the next 5, 10 years, I'm gonna adopt a couple kids. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get a house and adopt a couple kids. You know.
Well, kids really bring meaning. It's like it's wild. 'Cause, like, I mean, 'cause religion brings meaning, but children kind of bring a separate meaning. It
Yes.
'cause a lot of people think, oh, my life, it's a long life, because you're living in the moment, and this, that, and the third, and then 5 years later, you look back and you're like, man, I can't believe that was 5 years, and then that 5 years turns
Right.
into 10 years, and then 15 years, and then you now you're no longer. And then when you have kids, it's almost like it slows down because you're watching someone else. It's like you're not living in the moment no more. You're watching someone grow up. You're watching what they're doing, and it kind of slows it down a little bit, and it gives you a bigger picture type, I guess, effect.
So you got Yuri Bezmenov up here. That's my dude, Yuri Bezmenov.
Yeah, man.
Amen, Scott.
He talks about 4 stages of demoralization. Like, I've actually studied this dude and what he says. And I study what this guy says. I noticed you had Yuri Bezmenov up here, and I'm like, oh, That's he is explaining exactly what's going on in the world around us. And he says they demoralize people, and there's 3 stages. And if you listen to what he talks about, we're in stage like 3. It's called crisis, and that's where he says the system can no longer function anymore, and it creates a crisis. And then he says people are looking for a savior, or the next phase. They can be a foreign invasion and different things.
Well, I don't know necessarily where we're at on that, but I would say what's going on, what has gone on at least over the last 4 years, could be classified as an invasion. Yes, Dusty, that's base, dude. Every crisis is also an opportunity. What? There is no fat on that comment whatsoever, bro. Absolutely amazing. That is so nicely put, dude.
It's a very deep comment.
And we are 100% and Dusty. The other thing, lower class, is like we are being invaded, but it's invaded played up by empathy. Like, oh, let's save this other country. Their country is horrible. Let's save them. You know, that's
Well, you know what they say
that's
about
invasion.
compassion. Compassion, or oh man, what's the quote? I'm gonna think about it. It's a quote that says, "Compassion compassion will ultimately lead you to hell." But I can't think of the quote. I'm gonna have to look it up now. I'll get back with you, and then I'll tell you.
I think I kind of know what you're saying, but yeah, it's like it's something along the lines of like compassion leads to. It's like I know exactly
No,
what you're
I've got it
talking
on my
about.
tongue. I've got it on my
Yeah.
tongue. I
Half the
can't.
hell is paved with good intentions. Is that what
Yes,
That's
yes,
right.
yes.
Dusty
And
in here for the dub?
it's yeah. Thank you, because it's so true. Because like you don't realize the evil that you can cause by being compassionate and doing things for others. Because in the name of righteousness, you're ready to, I guess, upend this thing you presume to be evil, but it may just be something you just don't understand.
Masquerading is good. Yeah.
Yep.
I was listening
Right,
to
look.
a story the other day, and this lady, she had welcomed her daughter. Her daughter went off to college, and her daughter went down a real bad path, and she welcomed her daughter back into the house after her daughter and her boyfriend broke up. And long story short is her daughter got back with her boyfriend, and her boyfriend convinced her daughter that the mother was evil, and and the boyfriend ended up eliminating or deleting the daughter's mother. And the mother
Yep.
it was like, wow, the mom was just trying to save her daughter from a bad relationship, and look what happened. It's like,
What
wow.
this is kind of vague, but it's like you kind of run into this concept when you have children. It's kind of like you want to do everything for them. You don't want their lives to be hard, but then if you're not careful, what you'll do is you'll create kind of, and this is a bad way to put it, but you'll create weak children, or you'll create children who can't solve their own problems. And you were just trying to be compassionate because this is the person you love the most, and so you want to do everything for them, and you want them to
It's
be,
kind of like you don't
have a
want to
good life.
enable somebody. That'd be like
Yep.
enabling.
That's exactly right.
But Yuri Bezmenov talks about 4 stages of communist takeover. And so step 1 is called demoralization. And he says that's where they dumb everybody down. And then step 2 is destabilization. And that's where they kind of infiltrate the media, corporations, the government, like a bunch of stuff. So yeah, step 2 is called destabilization. Stage 3 is called crisis. That's where they have just messed up everything and made so. In order to tell somebody's demoralized, they can no longer assess true information. The facts tell them nothing. They can no longer protect themselves and their family. They either
Mhm.
become apathetic and unable to fight against tyranny, or they become part of the useful idiots that will fight and claim different or and claim that they're fighting for like some kind of weird um civil rights, they'll call it, but really they're pro tyranny. So you'll have like these useful idiots, and on the other hand, you'll just have apathetic people that can't really figure out what's going on, and that creates the crisis. And then people are looking for a savior because that's your resume. Sorry, I like Gary, but I study what he talked about as much as I can. I wish I could study more. I want to buy his books and everything too.
Well, I was going to say a good, I guess, a good thing you've seen during or I guess not a good thing, but a thing that represents what he's saying that you've seen in Ukraine is, or yeah, that happened in Ukraine when it was under Soviet Union is when, I'm not good with the names. The Bolsheviks when they started to kind of paint the idea that it was the wealthy farm owners who were kind of the privileged class, which ended up
Yeah,
kind of resulting in them putting anybody as farmers, and then which ultimately led to mass starvation in that region.
yeah.
And then you
That's
just
kind
kind
of that's one thing Bill Gates seems to be doing is he's trying to take over these farms and change them in the like they're trying to starve us or something because they're making it so you can't buy chickens and eggs, and then they're making it so you can't make your any kind of vegetables, like they're messing with that, the seeds, and then they're
clone
making
beef.
it so you can't eat beef. They're like, oh no, don't eat beef. And so like Carl Schwab says, you're gonna own nothing, eat bugs, and be happy. And it's like, dude, this is gonna happen, man.
Oh yeah, live in the
Like,
pod.
I
Well,
bought
we're
a while
no,
back. I bought a container of heirloom seeds, exactly what he's talking
yeah,
about. Because I'm like, man, if they end up GMO genetically modifying all of our seeds and all of this stuff, that would be awful. If it's what happens if they become a real high price commodity? I'll tell you two things that I think would be cheap to prep for if you were a prepping type of person. Two things that would be cheap and would be you should have is lots of seeds and
mhm,
lots of spices, because you can eat deer, caribou. You can eat that day in and day out if you can season it different every day. And
yeah.
seeds,
Well,
heirloom seeds that
it
reproduce.
it seems like Bill Gates is kind of betting. He's betting long with the I guess the farm play and what you see with like him owning I guess local farms and industrial farms is right now money is a hot commodity. But the moment there's any type of either civil strife or anything that's going on inside the country, that that hot commodity changes from money and currency to then food. And then
Yes,
so
that's
he
so
seems like
true.
he's playing the long game to saying, well, I have power now, but this is a guarantee I have power eventually when things take a shift to the worst. Because I think China
Right.
does the same thing, don't they? Like China's been investing heavy in American farms and stuff like that.
They
And
have,
so
and they bought it near military bases, strangely
yeah,
enough.
yeah,
Yeah.
and I think the idea is, well, if America starts, the government starts to become shaky, and the people kind of lose faith in it, it's real easy to gain power if you're the one feeding everybody.
Yeah.
And that's, I guess, it's more of a conspiracy side, but I mean, I think it makes
No,
sense.
it's perfectly sensible.
No, no, I think it's absolutely ridiculous if a foreign nation owns any land within your country. That is
I
crazy.
absolutely, absolutely. I think I now I don't want to brag about China, but I will give them props. They have developed a economic system that is seems to be outsmarting our own economic system by they're going after raw resources. They're I guess stealing intellectual property, and they're investing heavy in I guess, food and stuff in other countries. And so it seems like they're playing a very smart game, which is very dangerous to us.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Well, like so the economic game that they play, they don't have like labor regulations in China, at least to
Yep.
the degree that we have them here. And one of the scarier things about that is, they, to a large degree, I mean, look at Foxconn, for instance. That's a really good. Uh, yes, correct, Dusty. But my only retort to that would be that they don't have the same labor regulations that we have in America. And if you look at companies like Foxconn, where it's basically slave labor,
Yep.
um, they that allots them the ability to flood foreign markets with cheaper goods.
Yep.
And
Well, they're playing the BlackRock game too. A lot of people don't realize this either. Is I mean, they're not making it quite as obvious, but they've kind of learned the idea of, well, hey, we can pressure certain companies into doing things that we want to do. Look at the NBA for example. The NBA has huge sponsorships in China, and the moment that Houston Rockets GM spoke out, instant fire. And then the NBA started promoting, all this anti-Asian hate, and it just goes to show you that they're kind of paying attention more than we think of what's going down in America because they're copying it. They've realized, hey, there's ways that we can take power where we don't need military, we don't need bombs, we don't need any of this.
right, right. No, absolutely, absolutely. And Dusty, yeah, that's true, 100%. But it's just that flooding of incredibly cheaper goods into other countries, even if they're less quality, and it might not even be like, a primary commodity that flows in, it still does destabilize
Yep.
the local economies for small businesses in America. Because with the labor regulations that we have in America, that keeps small businesses from being able to match that price,
Yep.
right?
Well,
And
COVID. I was going to say
I
COVID with
agree
the
with you.
mask
I
and
agree with you.
PPE.
Though. Yeah, absolutely.
Also in China, if you own a business, the government is a partial owner of the business. So the government is incentivized to make sure and ensure that that company succeeds.
Yep.
In America, we don't have that
Microsoft, all of
guarantee.
it. Nope.
No.
In America, we've got these big companies that put small businesses out of business, like Walmart, for example, opening
Yep.
a neighborhood Walmart across the street from a mom and pop grocery store.
Yep.
I don't think that that's fair.
And well, look at another. I guess another COVID example is look at the stores they forced to shut down versus the stores they allowed to stay open.
We were talking
Essential.
about it the other day.
Yep. Places like Walmart, big corporations were allowed to stay open, while all these smaller stores were either getting fined or people were getting arrested for it.
Yep. And they made those smaller businesses entirely reliant on a government handout to stay
Yep.
open during that time
Yep.
with PPP loans.
It
Yeah,
forced them
and
into debt.
Yep.
and on top of that, well, there's a vacuum from the small businesses in America that went out of business, paying $13-15 an hour. So now where's that vacuum go? It goes to China. Now China can fill
Yep.
the hole.
Yep.
Yeah.
And well, I was going to say, China's also learned that they can make stuff in a different country, and then that different country can sell that completed product to America, and China can avoid the tariffs. That's why Trump's kind of been, I guess, more wiser to that by not only, I guess, tariffing China, but then tariffing the country that China is producing or getting to manufacture the good. Because Taiwan and like all the solar stuff, like if you start to really dig into like the stuff we get from Taiwan, a lot of it is completed manufactured parts that they get from China.
Yeah. Yeah. Guys, if you don't mind, I do apologize. I was part of us kind of like taking a step away from the initial topic, but I did want to try and keep Wednesdays and Sundays along with at least going through the Bible and talking about those kind of topics, which it has been a good conversation.
That's totally fine. Would you mind looking up Matthew 24? That is very interesting, and there's some predictions about the time that we're in right now in that chapter.
Okay, I love Matthew. Matthew's it's strong. Like, that's the
Yeah,
only way I can describe it. There's a lot of strong, or deep meaning verses in it.
Matthew chapter 24 is meaty. I'm gonna mute myself.
All right. So we'll go ahead and read through this. At any point, please step in and give your 2 cents. But Matthew 24, the destruction of the temple and signs before the end. Let's go ahead and do the NIV. All right. Jesus left the temple and was walking away when his disciples came up to him to call his attention to its buildings. Do you see all these things? He asked. Truly, I tell you, not one stone here will be left on another. Every one will be thrown down. As Jesus was sitting on the Mount of Olives, the disciples came to him privately. Tell us, they said, when will this happen, and what will be the sign of your coming and the end of the age? Jesus answered, watch out that no one deceives you, for many will come in my name, claiming I am the Messiah, and will deceive many. You will hear of wars and rumors of wars, but see to it that you are not alarmed. Such things must happen, but the end is still to come. Nation will rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom. There will be famines and earthquakes in various places. All these are the beginning of birth pains. Then you will be handed over to be persecuted and put to death, and you will be hated by all nations because of me. At that time, many will turn away from my faith and will betray and hate each other, and many false prophets will appear and deceive many people. Because of the increase of wickedness, the love of most will grow cold, but the one who stands firm to the end will be saved. And this gospel of the kingdom will be preached in the whole world as a testimony to all nations, and then the end will come. So when you see standing in the holy place the abomination that causes desolation, spoken through the prophet Daniel, let the reader understand, then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Let no one on the housetop go to anything let no one on the housetop go down to take anything out of the house. Let no one in the field go back to get their cloak. How dreadful it will be in those days for pregnant women and nursing mothers. Pray that your flight will not take place in winter or on the Sabbath, for then there will be great distress, unequaled from the beginning of the world until now, and never to be equaled again. If those days had not been cut short, no one would survive, but for the sake of the elect, those days will be shortened. In that time, if anyone says to you, look, here is the Messiah, or there he is, do not believe it, for false messiahs and false prophets will appear and perform great signs and wonders to deceive, if possible, even the elect. See, I have told you ahead of time. So if anyone tells you, there he is, out in the wilderness, do not go out, or here he is in the inner rooms, do not believe it. For as lightning that comes from the east is visible even in the west, it will be the coming of the Son of Man. Wherever there is a carcass, there the vultures will gather, excuse me. Immediately after the distress of those days, the sun will be darkened and the moon will not give his light. The stars will fall from the sky and the heavenly bodies will be shaken. Then will appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven. And then all the peoples of the earth will mourn when they see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with the power and great glory. He will send his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of the heavens to the other. Now learn this lesson from the fig tree. As soon as its twigs get tender and its leaves come out, you know that summer is near. Even so, when you see all these things, you know that it is near, right at the door. Truly I tell you, this generation will certainly not pass away until all these things have happened, excuse me. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will never pass away. Day and hour unknown. But about that day or hour no one knows, not even the angels in heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father. As it was in the days of Noah, so it will be at the coming of the Son of Man. For in the days before the flood.
Can I hold you up for a sec?
Yeah.
There's a verse in here that I guess I would like y'all's opinion to as well. When Jesus is talking to his disciples and he separates the concept of the creation, the angels, and no one but the father, or yeah, no one but the father will know the specific, I guess, time in which we will be taken to heaven. What do you like? A lot of people argue against Jesus being part of the Trinitarian because of that specific line. And how do y'all feel
100%.
about it?
A lot of people argue against Jesus being part of the Trinity, and a lot of people argue that when he says the sign of the sign of these times that are coming, they say that means the rapture. So I
Yeah.
have an opinion on both of those. I believe the rapture is a false narrative brought into Christianity by the devil, so that way
Hmm.
when people are not taken up to heaven, that they lose their faith in God. That's number
Yeah.
one, because it says the days will be shortened on the part of God's chosen people. Well, that
Hmm.
doesn't mean that they're going to be raptured. It doesn't say the days will be shortened and they'll be taken away. It's saying the
Yep.
days will be shortened, number one. And number
Yep.
two, the only people that would read this and know what it's saying in here is people that read the Bible. So it's not telling you everything that's going to happen
Yep.
if you don't read it. Why would it just putting words out there for people that don't even read the Bible? It's telling you
Yeah.
what's going to
That's
happen.
true. That's
So
true.
and then as it pertains to the Trinity, there is no mention of the Trinity in the Scripture, and there is no similarity of a mention of the Trinity in the Scripture. And the only verse that I've ever seen a preacher try to reference as a reference to the Trinity is in Genesis. And in
Hmm.
Genesis, God says, "Let us, the gods, create them in our image." And
Hmm.
it's a plural. It says the gods said, "Let us create them in our image." My interpretation of that, and if anyone has any rebuttals, I'm more than fine with it. My interpretation of that, the God said, "Let us create them in our image," the original wording was not Trinity, it was Elohim,
Hmm.
Elohim. That's where
Yeah.
Israel gets their name from. Isis, Amun Ra, Elohim, Israel. That's the three initials from three different gods.
Hmm.
So they have the Trinity. Christianity doesn't have a Trinity. It was made
Hmm.
up. It was brought in from. Um, Babylon. It was brought in from multiple different religions. Brought that in, and it was brought in mostly during the Catholic Renaissance to try
Hmm.
to bring in other pagan religions, because the pagans had a Trinity. The Gnostics had a Trinity. Every other religion had a Trinity except Christianity. Christianity just had God and Jesus, and it had the Holy Spirit, which moves through you, but that's not the Trinity. The Trinity, there's no semblance of the Trinity. So
Okay.
in Genesis, when it says the gods, that's plural, and it's Elohim. And
Hmm.
when it says it was void and desolate on the earth, the original Hebrew word is tohu vavohu, and it
Hmm.
means void and destroyed. And I'm giving you points here. And then when
Yeah.
it says when it says God told Adam and Eve to go forth and reproduce. See, it could have said go forth and multiply. It does not say
Hmm.
that. It says go forth and reproduce. That means do it again. So
Hmm.
my interpretation, seeing that it says the earth was void and desolate, tohu vavohu, and that
Okay.
the original translation is Elohim, and that
Hmm.
God said, "Go forth and reproduce," not multiply, reproduce, meaning do it again, means that there was destruction on the earth before Adam and Eve. There were humans here. They weren't us. They weren't these us humans. They were some
Yeah.
different humans. And Elohim, seeing that it's not the Trinity, it could mean something along the lines of like angels or sons of God, which is mentioned in Exodus and Leviticus. There's a couple different references in there, along with Genesis. As
Hmm.
sons of God, the sons of God visited uh, whoever that guy's name was. His wife got turned into a pillar of salt because she looked back. The sons of
I
God
know the
visited him in that
it's,
city.
Sodom and Gomorrah. I know the story, Sodom and
Sodom
Gomorrah.
and
I can't
Gomorrah.
think of I
Yeah.
can't think of
Sons
his
of God
direct name.
visited him because he said he could find one pure person, one good person. And God said, sure.
Hmm.
Eventually, God said, I'm just going to send my boys down there and we're just going to check it out for ourselves. And it says
Yeah,
that they lusted after these men because they were so beautiful. but they looked like humans. They didn't look like
Mhm.
angels. They looked like humans. So my personal opinion, and it would take quite a lot to convince me otherwise,
Yeah.
is that in Genesis, Elohim is God's sons. So God's sons, the Creator's sons and angels are different.
Oh yes.
God's sons said, let us create them in our image, in our likeness, not recreate them for the first time. Create them
Yeah.
in our
Oh, Avery, you're cutting out a little bit
getting
there, cuz.
wiped out yet.
Hold on. Backtrack a
sorry.
little bit.
They're
You-
taking
you
whatever-
kind of went all robot-y.
Okay. They're saying, let's create them in our image, in our likeness, and not recreating. So another reference I have from that is when Cain killed Abel, and Cain got vanquished. He said, you can't be here with us anymore. You're not welcome in the family anymore. Cain said, God, what am I going to do? I got this mark on my head. Everybody's going to know me. God said, well, if anybody kills you, they will be cursed into the third and the fourth generation. Well, that means Cain had to go somewhere to find a wife. And where did Cain go? He went to the land of Nod. Well, Adam and Eve, they had their family, their little lineage there. How is Cain able to go to the land of Nod? Well, it's because, in my personal opinion, Adam and Eve is just a story of their best batch of humans. But it's not the only ones they ever made, because Cain went
Mhm.
somewhere to find a wife. He went to another town. So all of that to say, there's not a Trinity. God's sons genetically modified us and made us the version that's closest to being angelic or being in God's likeness, which it says. And yeah, that's kind of my take. I hope I wasn't too fast. I hope I was pretty clear on that.
No, I think I can kind of, I guess, grasp the concept of your, I guess, interpretation of it. Lower class. What do you think about the concept of the Trinity?
I mean, I have like a loose idea on it,
Mhm.
but like I said, I'm not incredibly like well versed with the Bible and necessarily like the teaching and the history behind those things. So what I always thought was, there is God, the all encompassing. There is
Mhm.
the Son, which is like the Father, which is God, the Son, which is Jesus, and then the Holy Ghost. I always, and like this is an old school kind of view on this. This may not necessarily be the thing, but the Holy Ghost is the connection that we all have as human beings, right?
Okay.
And those three
Yes,
things
Yeah.
are all
it's what
tied
flows
together.
through us. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Because, like, I guess the way I view it, okay, it's, I guess, it's simplified down as the best way I can describe. But the way I view it is there's one story being told, and that's God, and then you have your actors who do certain roles, but they're all played by the same person. And because the Trinity is a very hard concept, I guess, for a lot of people to grasp. And so the way I describe it is the story that's being told, God, and he has different actors for fulfilling the same role or different roles, but they are the same nature, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And then so to tell the story, God, I guess, to take sin and place it on himself, had to create his son to then bring, I guess, because he's both merciful and just. It's like if you're merciful, you're willing to forgive people, but if you're just, you kind of have to carry the punishment with the crime. And so he had to sacrifice the role he created, Jesus Christ, his son. And so to fulfill this, I I don't even know if I'd call it a promise, but it's to then bring everyone's sacrifice onto himself. And then the Holy Spirit is, I would probably describe it the same way y'all described it. Like it's the connect, I guess, the connection between us, but it's also greater than that because I also view it as I guess, the word. It's I guess the Holy Spirit. I haven't quite grasp completely. So for me to be able to explain it, I wouldn't do it justice. But I feel like I've done a lot more with, I guess, understanding the concept of both Jesus and God and the same nature, but different roles. That makes sense. So different purposes. It's like they don't have separate wills. They all do one will, but each character that they're playing does different roles inside the one story that is God.
Okay, yeah, no, I totally get that.
Because
Yeah.
that for me, a lot of that is what kept me away from Christianity. People that kind of explained it poorly to me, so I wasn't able to grasp an idea.
Yeah.
And I also have a weird fixation on wanting to grasp the idea. So I struggle with things that I can't grasp. And
Yeah.
so at first, Christianity, it was hard because I couldn't grasp it. It's a hard idea to grasp. And then as I've gotten older, I've got that calling, and it's almost like the only way I can describe it is specifically Jesus kept interfering with my life in a way that made me watch more, I guess, more content about Christianity. It made me want to read the Bible. It made me want to uh, pray at night. It made me want to do all these things that just kind of grew this relationship I had with both Christ, or that I had with Christ and God as one.
Yeah.
And I'm a poor explainer, so that's kind of the best way I can grapple my faith with the concept.
All right, Scott here says that understanding would somewhat explain a little more why God has Moses then build his ark, because those people weren't just evil, but evil was part of who they were then. EOD says,
Yes, that is well put.
yeah. EOD says Noah built the ark. Moses and the Hebrew under Egyptian rule was like 1,000 years after
Oh
that.
yeah. Well, I was going to say that
Well, I knew
before
what he was talking
Moses,
about though.
they,
Yeah,
they all had like longer life periods. It's like the I guess the years they
before
lived.
Noah, they
And
had
then,
longer life periods.
yeah, it's kind of like after
Moses
Noah.
didn't have that long.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I think Scott was just he was more like, I think he just meant to say Noah. I knew what you were
Yeah.
talking about there.
Yeah.
I read through the lines. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I knew what you were talking about there, Scott.
You said Noah didn't live that long. I didn't know that.
No, Noah did live that long. Moses didn't
Oh,
live
okay,
that
okay.
long. So
Okay,
he
okay.
didn't live as long as they did previously. Because
Yeah,
like Noah, I think Noah was like 600 years old when he started building the ark.
yeah.
But correct me if I'm wrong. I
I,
don't
I,
care.
I don't
But
think.
yeah. So I think personally, if I wanted to get off into the real weeds of Genesis and really kind of reading between the lines there, because there's a lot of interesting stuff. There is some I kind of wonder if Adam and Eve cheated on each other. The fruit of knowledge of good and evil was them having an affair with some evil spirits like Lucifer and his wife or something like that, because Cain had sin and his heart, and Adam and Eve were deceived, right? They were deceived at some point, and it makes you wonder, like, was Eve carrying the offspring of an evil entity, and that's how sin came into the children? Because if not, the only ones that really probably would have been affected, I mean, it's hyperbole, right? But kind of wonder,
Yeah,
it's like, like Cain was a murderer. The second, kid that was ever born, the first or second kid that was ever born was already a murderer. It's like,
hmm,
that sin came in pretty hot,
yeah.
like,
Well, I mean,
like,
but you could be fair. It could be like it's describing the duality of both good and evil and like what it represents, and it like Cain could be inherit since he's given credit as the first, I guess, first and second human born. I think he was the first and Abel was the second. And I guess it could be a representation of both the duality of evil conceptualized in Cain and then good conceptualized in Abel, if that makes sense.
yeah, I heard a preacher one time when I was real young. He said, Yeah, he said Cain killed Abel because Cain wasn't able.
Yeah, I mean,
Cain couldn't. I was like, yeah, that's kind of
because
funny.
it is a crazy concept that one of the, I guess, the two first people born, one of them killed the other
Yeah,
one.
it's weird. It's really strange, you know.
But I was gonna say and I think in that story alone, the amount of sins that they actively display just in the story shows
Yeah,
you that I don't think it was like one had complete sin, and it's like the other one, I don't want to say was resolved as sin, but it was, to me it seems like it's painting the picture of both Cain the bad guy and Abel the good guy. That makes sense.
yeah, because it says that Abel had it says that Abel had, I guess God's happiness shined on Abel
Yeah.
because Abel killed animals and sacrificed animals and ate meat, and
Hmm.
Cain was a field boy.
Yeah. And Cain
So
couldn't
I don't.
understand why, so he was getting frustrated with the fact that why is God doing it for this person but not me? So you start to see the sin, like the sin of jealousy, and then you start
Yeah,
getting see all these sins just kind of building block up, and then it just the last one is murder.
yeah. It's like,
That-
wow, that went pretty quick.
yeah. Well, I was gonna
Yeah.
say, man, and then now I guess I love the stories from, I guess, the Older Testament, and but there's a lot of like bruteness to it, and bruteness probably is a bad word, but you see the difference between the New Covenant and the Old Covenant, and like what was going on in the world.
Yeah, like Joseph being sold off to Egypt by his
Yep.
brothers. That's a tragic one.
I think during the time Egypt was killing all Hebrew sons, so only Hebrew daughters could be, uh, I guess, could have babies and grow up.
Well,
So
that
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 way
would have
they could.
been that was around Moses' time.
Okay, okay. Because
Yeah,
I thought that.
and then again Jesus too. So yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I don't recall anything before or after that, but yeah, whatever.
I was going to say it had to have been before Jesus, because I know that's when Moses led. Short, I guess after that Moses led the Hebrews from Egypt.
Yeah. So one of the pestilences that was inflicted on the Egyptians, was Moses's escape,
Yeah.
undergoing his escape, was that there was a spirit that came in and wiped out all the Egyptian firstborn sons,
Yep.
and all the put blood of a lamb over their door mantle,
Passover, yeah.
or over their top of their door. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's, and then the Canaanites are way before that, right? 'Cause I'm not 100% familiar, or I'm not good with the Older Testaments. I get my timelines mixed up.
I'm not exactly sure.
Okay.
I'm familiar with a handful of stories. I'm very familiar with a couple.
Yeah. I guess I got to go back and read the Old Testament.
Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of
Yeah, I was
interesting stuff in there.
so question, guys.
Go for it.
Oh yeah, no, Scott, you're good, man. You're good. Yeah. I figured like when we had kind of moved past that a little bit. I figured you misspoke. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, no worries. It's all good.
What's up, Jess? Welcome in. Welcome in. Um, but yeah, so I was thinking, what my initial plan was today was to start in Genesis. Do you think that would be kind of a good way to structure this thing, to like start at the very beginning and just work linearly through it, or
I
just
mean,
kind of
Mo-
come up with different?
most of the time, like if you're doing a Bible study, most people start with the New Testament, and then after they get the New Testament done, then they go back through the Old Testament. But I personally like going through linear. But there's some books in the Old Testament where it's just like genealogy and stuff. And
Yeah.
unless you want to decipher what each individual name means, because you can go through and say, all right, this name means that, and you can like basically come up with a coded message through that, which is very fun to do if you got the time. But you know, it takes a lot of time because you got to go through and find out what each individual name means, and there's an interesting message in there, you know, and you can kind of pull that and cross-reference that with some stuff out of older and newer books. But you know,
So if I'm not mistaken,
need a thesaurus for that,
hold on, if I'm not mistaken,
or Strong's Concordance.
there's one second. Hold on. I want to see here. I think there's isn't the reader's version the one that has like all the little sidebars and everything?
Yeah, there's also a Bible that's really good. It's called a companion Bible. If you can get a hold of one of those with
Yeah.
a thesaurus and Strong's Concordance, you can
Yeah.
have a field day. You can go through that stuff. It's just very interesting. You can probably pull up Strong's Concordance on Google.
Huh.
hmm
Oh wait.
You might
one sec.
even in your free time want to look up like how to use it and stuff. It's very interesting.
Yeah, no, absolutely, dude. Huh. So Sunday. So what do you think, Corey?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was helping my kid with his Legos. I was
Oh, no,
away
you're
from
good,
him a bit.
Um.
I mean, I would be down. I think I heard the beginning of it if it's about starting with Genesis.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I would
Genesis
say
is awesome.
when you read a book, you should always start from the beginning. And the Genesis does have kind of the more what's a better way of putting it? It's like the New Testament is a little bit more straightforward. I mean, you do give Jesus, kind of comparing things to metaphors and parables, but it's like
Yeah.
Genesis. It's a good bit of a complex read, if I remember correctly. So, and if you're down for that, I'm down. I'm down to start from the beginning.
I
Yeah.
like
I think the new
Absolutely.
Genesis.
covenant is probably more relevant to, I guess, the general group of people. But I would say the Genesis. I would so be down to go through the Genesis.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
I just just to keep the content going. I mean, I will say, man, like the Bible is a content gold mine
Yep.
in doing something. Like,
100%.
yeah, and something doing like a Bible study, like this is something that could go on for a long time. So
Oh, you never run out, brother. You can
yeah,
rock
dude, that's what I'm
your
saying.
whole
So,
life, dog.
yeah. So this could definitely be, uh, it could be something that we could all do together for quite a while.
Forever.
And like I'm not even like in this for a ton of viewers or anything. If people want to stick around and talk about it, dude, that's great. My big thing is just like going into the text, learning it,
Mhm.
and if I can grow my relationship with God in this way, like where's the lose there,
Well,
So
I was going to say, and plus we'll be able to kind of, I guess, slow down on being able to read it and then being like, okay, well, is there something? Is this more of a hidden truth, or is this more of a kind of what's the best, or like a blatant truth?
yeah,
Like, is there
Yeah.
something deeper here, or is it surface level? Do this.
right,
hmm
right, yeah, and like that's why I have this open. So because I'm I'm learning as I go through, right? Like that's the way I look at it. I got the eyes of a child with this thing, so you know, uh, people chiming in and having things to add into the conversation and stuff is entirely beneficial to me in my relationship. So, uh, I'll keep moving forward with this, man, for real.
I think this was pretty good. I like this.
Awesome, man. Yeah. Did you guys want to go back to what we were doing before? Do you guys have another like? So we'll start on Genesis on Sunday. How about that? We'll
Okay,
start on
that's perfect.
Genesis
That's
on Sunday.
perfect. That's perfect.
Sounds
And
good. We can
in the
finish
meantime,
Matthew out.
Yeah,
Matthew.
I'm gonna be honest. Can we jump maybe one back from Matthew 24? I think like Matthew 23. I don't know how long it is, but
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Matthew 23 as well. I knew we were already looking at Matthew 24.
Yeah, 23 is good.
Yeah. Absolutely. And just like before, man, if at any point you want to stop, you want me to stop reading, or if you want to start reading, because like this is a full screen.
How
That
do
I'm
I make
looking
it
at
full
right here.
screen? Because I see both the top screen and then I see the lobby. If that
What do you
makes sense. Okay, so like on my screen, half of it's the I guess the text, and then the bottom half just says Big Soda and you're in channel.
Oh, so you can't really like actually see the text on the screen?
Yeah, I can't. Well, okay, never mind. I can zoom in. I can see it now. We're all good.
All right. Yeah, because I mean, so just so you know, I'm getting this from it's just bible.com, man. Like I was looking for an internet one because I would just sit here and read it from a book, but I mean, you know, I feel like the kind of format of people can all read along
Oh
as we
yeah.
go through, I
Oh yeah.
feel like that's a little more interactive, at least in some degree. Um, but yeah, man. So a warning against hypocrisy. Ooh, I bet this is gonna be a heavy
It's
hitter.
a banger.
Yeah. So then Jesus said to the crowds and to his disciples, the teachers of the law and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. So you must be careful to do everything they tell you, but do not do what they do, for they do not practice what they preach. They tie up heavy, cumbersome loads and put them on other people's shoulders, but they themselves are not willing to lift a finger to move them. Ooh!
Yeah,
Everything they do. Well, go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say like it's kind of because there's a concept with Christianity that you have to be compassionate to all ideas, and I think that isn't really true to Christianity. I think there's a lot of watering down of kind of calling out bad ideas and pointing out things that are evil. And so
Yeah.
a lot of people are like, no, you got to be compassionate. You know, you got to be tolerant. And it's like, not exactly.
Yeah, but
You're allowed to have pushback. You're allowed to say when something's evil.
but you
Absolutely,
have to
100%.
keep the whole book of Matthew in context, right? Because in Matthew 7 it says, "The judge not, they be not judged. And the measure you judge others, you'll be judged equally."
Yeah,
So that says that first, and then here in 23 it's saying, look, these guys are hypocrites, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
absolutely.
I
And it also kind of shows you that people can get lost in the I guess the laws. It's like because he's kind
Yeah,
of pointing out the Pharisees have uh I I don't know if Matthews is the one that had like the seven woes, like woe to thee that cipher through dill and thigh or film, because and it's painting the hypocrisy of you have to be really careful when you're I guess being the ones that preach the law, because
right,
if you focus too close on the law you can lose sight of of what's being taught, the purpose
right.
of the law.
Jesus he got rebuked by the Pharisees because he was eating and drinking on the Sabbath day.
Mm-hmm.
They he got called they the Pharisees, they said that he was a drunkard because him and
Yeah.
his disciples were always drinking and being merry all the time together,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
I
And
I,
they
I want
accused him of being a sorcerer,
to.
accused him of being into all kinds of bad stuff.
They said he was, I forget the words they used, but I think he performed a miracle on the Sabbath. Like I think right in
Yeah,
front of two of the would you call them magistrates, or I guess the people enforcing the religious law. And it's crazy, like, because I'm pretty sure they seen the action and were still quick to call him, heresy, a heretic,
Yeah.
and heresy, and someone. It's crazy to me.
He didn't care about any of the rules,
No.
man. He was just chilling, trying to help people out and have a good time while he was here. That's all it was.
Oh yeah.
It's like,
He was just getting folks plugged in with the big guy, man.
yeah, just having a good time, just being nice to everybody, healing everybody as he's walking around. Jesus was the OG hippie. He was a real deal hippie, a hippie with values,
Yeah.
not without blue hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be insane. Jesus with blue hair. But yeah, you can continue reading. I was just saying,
Oh, okay, okay.
I like that Jesus is kind of, because yes, you have to follow the law, but it's like he's even pointing, I guess, the lens on the people who are enforcing the law as well. Like,
Yeah,
just because you
Mhm.
enforce the law doesn't mean you're above the law. Just because you're teaching the law doesn't make you the law.
right.
Mhm.
And just like Scott said in chat right here, man. Gee, who do we all know today that does this? Absolutely based. All right. Matthew 23:5. Everything they do is done for people to see. They make their phylacteries wide and the tassels on their garments long. They love the place of honor at banquets and the most important seats in the synagogues. They love to be greeted with respect in the marketplaces and to be called rabbi by others. But you are not to be called rabbi, for you have one teacher, and you are all brothers. And do not call anyone on earth father, for you have one Father, and he is in heaven. Nor are you to be called instructors, for you have one instructor, the Messiah. The greatest among you will be your servant. For those who exalt themselves will be humbled, and those who humble themselves will be exalted.
Can I also point out one more thing? Well, if I'm not mistaken, what do Catholics have you address?
I thought the same thing.
Yep. And see, this is what, because I've listened to a lot of Catholics, and I'm on board with a good bit of what they say. But man, they will cross a line that I'm like, that seems a little weird.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And the fathers is one.
Well,
Yeah.
also the Pope is called the Vicar of Christ. The Vicar of
Mhm.
Christ means the stand-in for Jesus Christ. That
Yep.
is heresy.
And it's kind of like, okay, so we know humans are flawed, but like, why does it seem like Catholics want to claim the idea of, hey, you get through Christ because of the actions we perform? And this has nothing to do with most Catholics that follow the religion. It's just always struck weird with me, if that makes sense. Because Catholics
100% I agree.
hyper focus on law,
Yeah.
and
Yes.
there's things you must do, and it's like, yeah, I get wary every time I listen to kind of debates and stuff like that, because I'm like, but is it though? Is this hyper fixation of law not repeat? I guess directly
It is.
contradicting what? Yeah. Okay, so
Catholicism
I'm not
is
the
the
only one.
Jewish. Dude, you're right, dude. Catholicism is the Jewish, or not the Jewish, but the Christian version of Judaism.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
agree.
Catholicism is.
It's like the more and more I've thought about it, the more and more I agreed with it.
Yeah.
Guys, give me 2 seconds. Go ahead and keep having the back and forth. I gotta use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm just glad I wasn't the only one, because there are some weird stuff that really sticks out about not just Catholics. I mean, the Mormons. Is some
Yes.
weird stuff about the Mormons where I'm like, oh boy, like
And also the what are the ones called? They knock on your door too. They're like Mormons,
uh
kind of.
the Jehovah Witness.
Yeah, those ones
Yep,
too. They're really fixated on the law.
yep.
And if you go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, you go ahead. Let me collect my thought.
Okay. I mean, if you look at what the way that they do things, they're very fixated on the law. And then, but if you compare, if you cross-reference that with Christ, well, Christ wasn't so worried about the law. I
Yeah.
mean, there are a ton of examples in the New Testament of Christ just pretty much dismissing it, saying, not worried about it.
Yeah.
Like
Oh yeah. No. Yeah.
dismissing it just here and there. That's why they called him a heretic.
Mm-hmm. And it's like also the concept of Christianity that has um the
Scott said
side
very problematic.
like donations. I know Baptist churches will do it a little bit. I think Catholics follow somewhat of this, but it's the misguided value of donations to church and what that is like a I guess Jesus eh, to him just giving money to a church it it doesn't really matter because it's the thought process of what are you giving to the church. Is it something you can throw away? I don't want it.
Yeah,
But
I think
if you're poor and you give like 80% of your wealth, I guess as a demonstration, God's like, I value that more.
yeah, yeah.
Or Jesus is like, I value that more.
I think with with the church, the modern church today, that there should be like there should be enough donated to the church to get to pay the bills, right? And
Yep.
enough for the preacher to be able to have something to live on.
Yep.
And then everything after that should probably be donated to the homeless, to charity, and
Yep.
so on.
Yep.
You got to pay staff, you got to pay bills, and after that, it should all go to the poor.
This goes back to the Joel Osteens and the others. It's like it's real easy I guess to see a bad character, but then when you see someone who preaches, the word of God or the word of Jesus, and I see you in a private jet, and I hear about you not letting like I guess people that homes were abandoned live
Yeah,
in like
floods.
or stay in your church. It's like, oh man, do you not see it? Because I see it.
Yeah, right. If I had a church, I would also have a homeless shelter. You
Yeah,
think I'm gonna have a church and not also have a homeless shelter somewhere on the property?
yeah, oh yeah.
If you're a real Christian, you're gonna come donate some food and donate a little time once in a while and help with the homeless
Yep.
folks.
Yeah.
Because
Right?
it's that's kind of your role in the community.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're
It's
gonna
like
win souls, you're gonna win them all from the bottom to the top.
it's your job. I wouldn't say it's your job, but it's their responsibility. I guess it's a little more than a job, but it's their responsibility to bring people who bring people to the Holy Spirit. And it's like if that's your job, and like you don't really do much for the homeless or don't really do much for that, that just sticks out to me.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah, and
yeah.
I like to add into that too. That right there is the very concept of where I got the name of this from. The God and Country. God and Country is like kind of the name that I wanted to call this thing because,
Mm-hmm.
like, if we have a societal structure, not government, but a
Yep.
societal structure in which things that like socialists would want to be done by government are already done within the society by
Yep.
people voluntarily. We don't need any more government overreach into that,
No.
you know,
In fact, we rarely need government at all.
based. But
I mean, the only thing is when this comes under threat is almost the only reason why you would need. Now, I'm not saying you won't run into issues, but if you have a strong community, no issues the problem. It's like issues can be solved. Issues come and go,
yeah,
and the more and more you have, I guess, people that live near each other that aren't like minded or don't share the same meaning or same value. I mean, that's what you get today. That's why big cities are horrible. Why they have the most crime. It's just you get that many people in together, and then you teach them no meaning. You make everything convenient for them and easy for them, and it turns into terrible places.
Well, you remember in the '90s and or in the '90s and the 2000s, there was a guy named Kent Hovind. He was a preacher,
Mhm.
And his whole message was to push back against the evolution theory. So the evolution theory, going back to Bezmenov, I think is his name. The
Mhm.
evolution theory was the start of taking away meaning from the children, and it snuck in through science. So science originally was supposed to be like on the molecular level. You talk about some astrology, some planetary systems, and all that kind of stuff. Then just over a period of time, there was started to be these books coming that was teaching evolution, teaching the beginning of creation, which
Mhm.
was never taught previously because it was just assumed by everybody that the Bible was accurate. And you know, we all know that it's not. The Bible isn't completely perfect when it comes to creation, but it's good
Yeah.
enough to give you a good running start. You know what I mean, on
Mhm. Oh
life.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
the evolution theory is so freaking absurd. It requires more faith than any other religion you could possibly think of, and it
Mhm.
removes all form of morality. Because when you think that you came from a cosmic soup and you evolved into a rock, I mean,
Mhm.
or you evolved from a rock, and you're a descendant of an ape. That is such a far out idea, far out concept, and it removes your ability to have accountability and morality and all of
Yeah.
that. Well, Kent Hovind, through some period of time, he he was pulling money out. He's paying the people that came in and worked there. He was just paying them in cash, and he's like, you know, taxes, you cover taxes on your own bills and stuff like that. I'm just going to pay you in cash. Well, at some point, the banks informed him that he was structuring because he was pulling out more than a certain amount ever so often. And what they did was they got Ken Hovind on structuring, and he ended up going to
Mhm.
prison. But this guy's whole point was pushing back against the evolution theory, which the evolution theory was the start of removing morality from the schooling system. We also removed standing before the flag in the morning, and
Yep.
we also removed prayer at lunch,
Yep.
all around those times there in the 70s and 80s.
Well, see the problem. What happens when you have a society that kind of that functions like that is you now have an uneven like morality system. You have, I guess, to use an example now, you have people cheering in the streets for someone like George Floyd versus, on the other hand, you couldn't tell me the last person that I guess donated $1 billion to, well, I shouldn't say that because there's a lot of evil rich people that donate, but it's like you'll hear the bad deed so much before the good deed. And
Hmm.
I
Well, all
and
news is today is all just the horrors of the world.
And,
Yeah.
and I guess when you have that fractured society, like people, it's like some people will, I guess, glorify something that may not be even evil. It may be good. It's just the way it's painted. And I really do think his name's Yuri Bezmenov, right?
Yeah.
The Russian. I think what he was painting is, or the idea that he was painting around communism, we have to be like in step three. Like we have to be close because there's a lot of
Mm.
stuff that I'm just like, as a moral society, I don't know why we're doing this. I really don't,
Yeah.
Well,
because
they
we're
have to
not.
demonize everything good, and there's even scripture on that. It says, in those days they will call the evil things good and good things evil,
Yep.
and the hearts of man will wax cold. Paul wrote about that, and it says, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against municipalities, principalities, and evil rulers of darkness, or something like that. So that's what's going on today. Like, they have to remove everything good and call everything good evil. The patriarchy. Why would you
Yep.
come up with a name called the patriarchy? And even the term the nuclear family. I mean, I understand the meaning of it, but also it's like got kind of a harsh connotation. It just doesn't
Yeah.
quite sound good. Just call it the traditional family.
Well, it
I
makes it
mean,
sound biological and less, I guess,
it
spiritual.
sounds like
If
a
that makes
Yeah.
sense.
comic.
Yeah.
The
It
nuclear
Yeah.
dehumanizes.
family.
Absolutely.
It's
They
I
give
like,
it that
agree.
biological like tone to it instead of painting it as a spiritual commitment.
Right.
They call it the traditional family. That
Yeah.
sounds so much better on the ears. I mean, I don't know. There's
Right.
so many little things that are done that I think are like some form of subversion.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's like, and that's kind of going back to what he was saying. It's a very slow process, right?
Yeah.
Because now, and that's why, like, like and I'm no like psychology major. I don't have any degrees. Like I'm not well educated, but just in my own experience, what it looks like is the way to combat this is to focus the messaging solely around the incentive of
Yeah.
doing these things, because they've been placated as bad, and now that there's momentum in the opposite direction, now is the time to continue that momentum.
Yep.
And the only way to continue momentum is to incentivize it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like
I agree.
I can't see any other way.
Then
Because like I mean, the I guess the government's the one that destroyed it. So it's deeper than a government answer. It has to be done like culturally. It has to be done locally. It has to be done. It's the same way we can save our country right now by voting locally and getting the people who keep voting for things we don't like. You know, everything can be solved with the community.
Correct. Yes.
We've lost sight of the community. Now
I
it's the
think
government.
I think society is starting to move back towards the traditional direction, because you look at the millennials, like women, and probably our age ranges and older, and Gen Z, I believe, or the next one is Gen Z, right? The one up.
I think I think we've moved back through the alphabet, so I think we're on A right now. I think A is going to be the next one to cross in. So I think Gen
So,
Z is the last, or the
so
next grown society.
okay, well, so the ones before us, was they Gen X?
Yes.
Okay, so Gen X men and women did not marry and have children as much, and the millennials did not either. So I
Hmm.
think that society will naturally shift towards more traditional values as time goes on, because the men and women from the millennials and Gen X, they're going to be saying, "Hey, look, don't make the mistakes that we made. We have to work now. See, if you got married young and you were happy and you have a good life and you have good foundation, then you don't have to work your whole life. Your husband can do that, you know." And I think that there's going to be kind of a natural shift towards back into the traditional, as women post on social media unhappy,
Hmm.
saying that they can't find a good man, and that they're not in the dating range anymore, and I think it's naturally gonna move back that direction. I hope.
I absolutely agree, and I also think it's another visualization of the duality. So it's like you track off away from God for a short period of time, and it's almost like there's a sharp, I guess, reaction to that. It's like because since our society's become severely off track, it's like it's almost every time it goes off track, we're able to identify like what's going wrong, and there's this strong reaction to push ourselves back. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely. And just to piggyback off of that, like um as I do, and I agree that things are like naturally kind of moving their way back in that direction. Um so hold on, let me read what Scott just said here, because it kind of brought something up in me. So Scott said here, some things said, regardless of who said it, still ring true. A quote, faith without works is death, meaning no matter how much you believe, if not practiced in life, will kill your beliefs. And that's why, like, the most important thing, like, and this is my opinion, okay, again, I don't have no degrees, I'm not super educated, man, or whatever, but if people who actually practice these things and have reaped the benefits of it, first off, their message will have depth and weight. But second, um they can talk about the benefits of living life this way. And even if it's just people who are genuinely trying to and haven't gotten certain things, you know, them speaking about, and I know I keep harping on this, I apologize, I'm like repeating myself over and over again. It
You're good.
genuinely is like I see this momentum shifting back in the correct direction. My view of correct, but I see it shifting back in the correct direction. And like someone said it, I don't remember when I was in a discussion, and they were likening it to surfing, where when you're surfing, you can't hit the wave too early and you can't hit the wave too late. You need to capitalize on it at the perfect moment. And I'm starting to
That's
feel
good.
like our perfect moment is coming. You know,
Mhm.
100%. And
Like-
man, the housing market is on the decline. There's going to be more and more people buying houses, which will set the groundwork for there to be more and more families. The country is going back more conservative. As time goes on with social media, more and more women are going to post about their discomfort with having to work their life away. And on the flip side, more women are going to talk about how wonderful it is to have children in a family. Men are going to talk about how fulfilled they are with either having the good or how unfulfilled with the bad. And this whole thing, we're on this. It's coming. It's coming.
yes,
Well,
yeah, I genuinely believe that, man.
I will say it's kind of like right now there's a lot of unhappiness, and some people I guess that are happy because they enjoy this hedonistic lifestyle. But it's like once once it starts the correct course, you start to do away with the temporary happiness and sadness, and you kind of have that meaning. And so that meaning can be your rock, and that's what you lean on. So when times are bad, it's not that, or I guess, yeah, when times are bad, you're looking more inward instead of focusing on what's more outward.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's
And then with what's going on
God is
right
within
now, we
all
got
of us,
hope.
man. We need to look towards God.
Oh yeah.
Amen. There's a lot of hope. There's a lot of change coming. Like we're seeing so much move in a good direction.
Yeah, I'm not black pilled, bro. I'm not.
No,
I'm
no,
Me
no,
either.
no.
I honestly, like, black is death, right? That's the way I
Yep.
look at it. So when people say they're black pilled, I'm then why are you even trying? Like, why are you here?
Yeah, what's the
You
point?
know? Yeah,
What's the point? That leads to nihilism. I'm
I,
exactly.
white
I,
pilled, if anything.
I
Yeah.
think Michael Malice describes his as more of a white pill, and it's
A
more of
hundred.
the flip side of that, the optimism side of it.
Yeah.
It's like yes, everything around me may be going to shit, but it's like there's still that glimmer of faith, hope, potential, and it's like
Yeah.
if you lean on that, everything else kind of quiets down. And
Yeah. Because no matter
Dude.
how it turns out, it's God's plan. And if it doesn't
yeah,
turn out the way I want it to, and the way that brings people closest to Christ, yes, bro. Yes.
mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. Abe, that was fucking based, dude. That was based. No, but
and,
like,
and
no
thinking
matter how it
psychologically.
turns out, it is still worth fighting for, right?
And think about it psychologically, like take away the religious aspect of it, your life's going to be 10 times more better if you realize, oh well, the reason I didn't do so good is maybe I didn't try hard enough. Like kind of, I don't want to say blaming yourself in a bad way, but like when you kind of point the blame toward yourself and you're like, well, maybe it's something I didn't do, or like maybe I'm not living up to God. It always leaves that potential to be like, well, okay, well, I can fix that. So it'll always give you hope. It's like every time
Right.
that I don't do well enough, it's more on me than the world just being mean to me, or everything's just trying to destroy me. And it's that glimmer of hope that just it's why I also hate when people kind of shit on. It's kind of like how can you believe, how can you have faith in something that you don't know to be true? And but it's like once you get that faith, it's kind of hard to describe. It's kind of like it's hard to describe to someone that doesn't know it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It really is, man. You
I'll
know,
give
and
you a good rebuttal to that.
Go for it.
If you ever come across that, someone says, well, how do you believe in something you don't know to be true? And a good rebuttal would be something like, well, I don't even know if I'm really here right now, but I believe it,
Yeah.
that's fair. Yeah.
Like this could be a hologram for all I know. I have no clue.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
100%. But all that aside, well, like for me, the most constructive argument to that would be, look what it has gotten me.
Yep. That's yeah. I mean, the work show.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
that's the effective messaging that I don't see it, and I wish
Mhm.
people saw. Like, I wish people spoke more that way. I wish there were stronger voices in that, because see, so I know there is definitely a necessity for people like Andrew Wilson and such, like the
Yeah.
guys who push like the more abrasive tactics, but it doesn't seem like he's not fighting people that are just lost and don't know which direction to go. He's fighting the people who are on the opposite side, like the people
Mhm.
who are consumed with the degeneracy and hedonism that are
Oh, yeah.
fighting to drag more people into it.
Yep.
That's what he's fighting, right?
Right.
And
He's making a mockery of them.
yes, and in a general sense, I think the messaging towards the folks that could possibly listen to those people, those are the ones that we should be incentivizing.
Yep.
Like, those are the ones that, like, hey, look, I know their lifestyle seems really nice, and you can, go out and sleep with multiple women in a night, and you can do all the drugs you want and stay up for days and not work and get money from the government and all that, but where's your purpose?
Yep.
What's all this for? Look at the family I have. My life
Yeah.
is meaning today, right? I can wake up in the morning, look in the mirror, and I don't have to do a drug to feel better or hide
Yep.
hide from my emotions, right? Like those are really strong incentives. A lot of people don't get to see that anymore.
No.
Because it's two sides looking at each other going, they suck and this is why.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to go on.
No.
Well,
I think I'm
think
gonna have to get off.
also-
I think I'm gonna have to get off here, guys. I gotta put the kids to bed.
Hey, Corey, it was
All
great
right,
talking to
brother.
you, man.
Of
Please
course,
come
man.
back in on Sunday, dude.
I will. I'll keep my calendar open for it because, man, this was incredible.
Yeah, this is fun, dude. It's a good
And
time.
then y'all have a good night
You too,
You
brother.
too,
or
man.
morning or wherever you're at. All
Yeah, you too, brother.
right, peace.
Peace,
See ya.
dude. Yeah, Avery. You want to get back into reading?
Sure, man.
Cool,
I'm cruising
bro.
along right here.
Yeah. Any point you want to like chime in and say something, dude, just stop me because I'm gonna start rolling and I'm a ball of inertia. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yes, sir. So all right. 7 woes on the teachers of the law and the Pharisees. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You shut the door of the kingdom of heaven in people's faces. You yourselves do not enter, and nor will you let those enter who are trying to. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You travel over land and sea to win a single convert, and when you have succeeded, you make them twice as much of a child of hell as you are. Woe to you, blind guides! You say, if anyone swears by the temple, it means nothing. But anyone who swears by the gold of the temple is bound by that oath. You blind fools, which is greater, the gold or the temple that makes the gold sacred? You also say, if anyone swears by the altar, it means nothing. But anyone who swears by the gift of the altar is bound by that oath. You blind men, which is greater, the gift or the altar that makes the gift sacred? Therefore, anyone who swears by the altar swears by it and by everything on it. And anyone who swears by the temple swears by it and by the ones who dwells in it. And anyone who swears by the heavens swears by God's throne and by the one who sits on it. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You give a tenth of your spices, mint, dill, and cumin, but you have neglected the more important matters of the law, justice, mercy, and faithfulness. You should have practiced the latter without neglecting the former. You blind guides, you strain out a gnat but swallow a camel. Ooh, man. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You clean the outside of the cup and dish, but inside they are full of greed and self-indulgence. Blind Pharisee, first clean the inside of the cup and dish, and then the outside also will be clean. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You are like whitewashed tombs, which look beautiful on the outside, but on the inside are full of bones of the dead and everything unclean. In the same way, on the outside you appear to people as righteous, but on the inside you are full of hypocrisy and wickedness. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You build tombs for the prophets and decorate the graves of the righteous. And you say, if we had lived in the days of our ancestors, we would not have taken part with them in shedding the blood of the prophets. You testify against yourselves that you are descendants of those who murdered the prophets. Go ahead then and complete what your ancestors started. Ooh,
Dude,
man,
can
he was
you imagine seeing this be said in front of
Yeah.
you?
an absolute legend, dude. He's just
Oh,
tearing
hey,
them up.
cooking,
Yeah,
cooking.
bro.
He told
Yeah.
them they're turning people away from the kingdom of God. Well, you look at the modern day church today, preachers doing that all the time. I mean, to some extent, that's probably a lot of what's happened to me growing up. I mean, all these preachers talking about all these rules and laws. I'll never forget. I was a kid. There's this preacher. His name was Pastor. I'm not going to say his name. There's this preacher in North Alabama, and I remember him pulling out a newspaper in church and talking about somebody got a DUI,
Yeah.
and they were on the page of booked or whatever you call it, and he read their name in the church, and I remember thinking that that wasn't fair. And then I remember him taking the newspaper and throwing it down on the pulpit or throwing it down on the ground on the stage and jumping up and down on it like a crazy person. And
Yeah.
I thought, as a kid, I thought that man is filled with anger, no compassion, no love of Christ, just filled with anger against alcohol. And and I'm not, advocating for drinking. I mean, I think there's a time and a place, completely fine. But his vitriol he had for it, I just remember thinking that is not godly. That is not, if anyone was struggling with it in the church, they would have never gone to him and said, "Hey, I need some help."
Yeah.
They would never, because of how he reacted. And um and I remember as a kid knowing that there was no love in that church for anybody who was struggling with anything. There was no love.
Yeah. And that, I mean, it would be. Was he an alcoholic?
I doubt it. But what I did think about, or what I did wonder, even as a kid, is I thought, I wonder what he's doing wrong, that
Yeah.
he has to condemn this one thing that he has a problem with because he's doing something else that's wrong, that's just as bad or whatever. So he's honing in on this, so he doesn't have to. I thought that as a kid, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. I've never seen anything like that before, but from what it seems like to me, it would turn people away from him more than it would attract people towards it. Right? Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, and oh yeah, and he had a big church. He had a big following.
I know, like, I, a big issue I've seen. So, like, all right, one of the first times I went to church up here in Alabama, it was when I was in a sober living, and it was on a Sunday, and they brought us to this little tiny church that was out in the sticks, and the pastor there kept looking at me in the eyes and repeating this, like when he was asking people to come up and get saved, he kept looking me in the eyes and saying, "You don't want to burn in hell. You don't want to
Really?
burn forever in in the fire and brimstone and that." And for me, that was such, like, I just have a very visceral reaction to that type of thing. It,
Yeah.
it pushes me away. It's a very negative thing, right? Because
Oh
what you're
yeah.
telling me is, if you don't do what I'm telling you to do right now, you are going to suffer consequences.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that may be true, but it doesn't matter if it's true to someone who doesn't believe it's true at that time.
Yeah. And it's definitely not warming the heart, because the Bible says
Right.
to talk to each other in songs, hymns, and spiritual songs,
Yeah.
singing to one another as unto the Lord.
Yeah.
That's what it says. That's how we're commanded to speak to one another. I remember I was talking to a family member ages ago, I'm not gonna say who or anything, but I was telling her about a friend of mine who had got diagnosed with cancer, and her response was, "Well, that's too bad because he's going to hell." I remember just feeling very uncomfortable by that,
Yeah,
being like,
there's like a
"Wow,
visceral reaction away from that. It's bad messaging. You know,
yeah."
people like at
But
least
God
go ahead.
saved him. He survived. That's a
Yeah,
funny thing.
yeah,
It's
100%,
like,
100%.
huh?
Yeah, but from what it seems like to me, at least in today's age, people are tired of being told if you don't do what I say, you're going to have consequences.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it seems like to me. By and large, people just want to be left alone and to find something good in life, right?
Yeah, dude. One time I went to this church out in Madison, Alabama, and this young guy came in. he uh, he had jeans on and shoes on, and they were covered in grass stains. This guy had clearly just cut a yard and decided he was going to church. He didn't look great, but one of the things the pastor touched on was how you should in the house of the Lord, you should always represent yourself as if you're standing before God. And I remember I felt so bad for that guy because I knew the preacher was talking about him, and that guy knew the preacher was talking about him. And I remember just feeling bad for him. I was like, man, that poor guy just decided he was going to come to church. I don't know, wasn't welcome, you know.
Yeah. That's terrible.
Yeah,
But that's the folly of man, you know?
yeah.
Like
That's the ego and the things that are not Christ-like.
right. All right. I'll go ahead and keep reading here.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, we're just.
No,
I
dude,
don't
we're
want
riffing, bro. It's good. It's good. I'm having a great time.
to.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. All right. You snakes, you brood of vipers, how will you escape being condemned to hell? Therefore, I am sending you prophets and sages and teachers. Some of them you will kill and crucify, others you will flog in your synagogues and pursue from town to town. And so upon you will come all the righteous blood that has been shed on earth, from the blood of righteous Abel to the blood of Zechariah, son of Berechiah, whom you see. I don't know the context of those names, so
It's
whom you
okay.
murdered between the temple and the altar. Truly, I tell you, all this will come on this generation. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, you who kill the prophets and stone those sent to you, how often I have longed to gather your children together as a hen gathers her chicks under her wings, and you were not willing. Look, your house is left to you. Look, your house is left to you desolate. For I tell you, you will not see me again until you say, "Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord." Ooh, that's a hard hitting chapter right there, dude.
Oh yeah, that's a gold
That's
mine.
incredible. What's up? What's up, Mandatory Carry? How you doing, man? Good to see you, bro. Good to see you. Abe, I would recommend check this guy out. I have his comment lifted up right here. He's got a good channel, man. It's very very insightful for sure. It's informative as well. I definitely recommend giving him a like and a sub. You know. All right. What did Scott say here? Sorry. When I first went on social media, I was treated as if I didn't fall in line, I'd be cast aside, and that line was sinful. Yes, 100%, dude. That's what I'm saying. And there's just a really shitty feeling that comes from that. And to me, that's why the inverse is the kind of messaging that should be used to really like spread the gospel. Like the gospel's the good news, right? You know. Hey, no, man, you're dude, you're good. You still I genuinely believe like the kind of information that I've gotten from your videos has been informative. I love it, dude. I love it. All right. What's another good one? You posted some here in the private chat. Charlie, stop. Romans 8:31, huh? You want to read Romans 8?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Charlie.
Yeah, Romans 8's great.
Hey. Stop, buddy. Come here. You want up here? Come here. Come here. You want up here, Bubba? Ugh. All right. Romans 8. Life through the Spirit. Ow, 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 ow. Charlie, you can't put your paw on my knee like that, buddy. Therefore, there is now no condemnation for those who are in Christ Jesus, because through Christ Jesus, the law of the Spirit who gives life has sent you free from the law of sin and death. For what the law was powerless to do because it was weakened by the flesh, God did by sending his own Son in the likeness of sinful flesh to be a sin offering. And so he condemns sin in the flesh in order that the righteous requirement of the law might be fully met in us who do not live according to the flesh, but according to the Spirit. Those who live according to the flesh have their minds set on what the flesh desires, but those who live in accordance with the Spirit have their minds set on what the Spirit desires. Fucking base, dude. Absolutely
Yeah.
base. The mind governed by the flesh is death. The mind governed by the Spirit is life and peace. The mind governed by the flesh is hostile to God. It does not submit to God's law, nor can it do so. So it's not that it just chooses to go against God's law. It can't submit to God's law at all. Those who are in the realm of the flesh cannot please God. You, however, are not in the realm of the flesh, but are in the realm of the Spirit, if indeed the Spirit of God lives in you. And if anyone does not have the Spirit of Christ, they do not belong to Christ. But if Christ is in you, then even though your body is subject to death because of sin, the Spirit gives life because of righteousness. And if the Spirit of him who raised Jesus from the dead is living in you, he who raised Christ from the dead will also give life to your mortal bodies because of his Spirit who lives in you. Therefore, brothers and sisters, we have an obligation, but it is not to the flesh to live according to it. For if you live according to the flesh, you will die. But if by the Spirit you put to death the misdeeds of the body, you will live. For those who are led by the Spirit of God are the children of God. The Spirit you received does not make you slaves so that you live in fear again. Rather, the Spirit you received brought about your adoption to sonship. And by way we cry, Abba, Father. Abba. Okay, Father, Father. The Spirit himself testifies with our spirit that we are God's children. Now, if we are children, then we are heirs, heirs of God and co-heirs with Christ, if indeed we share in his sufferings, in order that we may also share in his glory. Present suffering and future glory. I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us. For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed. For the creation was subjected to frustration, not by its own choice, but by the will of the one who subjected it, in hope that it says for or subjected in it hope. Subjected in it hope, for the creation itself will be liberated from its bondage to decay and brought into freedom and glory of the children of God. We know that the whole creation has been groaning as in the pains of childbirth right up to the present time. Not only so, but we ourselves who have the first fruits of the Spirit groan inwardly as we wait eagerly for our adoption to sonship, the redemption of our bodies. For in this hope we were saved. But hope that is seen is no hope at all. Who hopes for what they already have? But if we hope for what we do not yet have, we wait for it patiently. In the same way, the Spirit helps us in our weakness. We do not know what we ought to pray for, but the Spirit himself intercedes for us through wordless groans. And he who searches our hearts knows the mind of the Spirit, because the Spirit intercedes for God's people in accordance with the will of God. And we all know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him and who... I got to get used to the template on how they have these little things here, because they pop up and they mess with my ADD, man. I'm not going to lie. All right. And we know that in all things, God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. For those God foreknew, he also predestined to be conformed to the image of his Son, that he might be the firstborn among many brothers and sisters. And those he predestined, he also called. Those he called, he also justified. Those he justified, he also glorified. What then shall we say?
Amen.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. What then shall we say in response to these things? If God is for us, who can be against us? He who did not spare his own son, but gave him up for us all, how will he not also, along with him, graciously give us all things?
That
Who will-
verse, if God is for us, who can be against us? That has been something that I have focused on many times in my life when I was dealing with something that seemed to be unfair, or why am I dealing with this? Why am I having to go through this?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Hmm.
Here, hold on. We got some comments from Scott here. There's a song with this same message written into it. Steve Winwood's "Can't Find My Way Home." As if he wrote the words from the Bible, he wrote that song to a famous guitar player who was struggling with addiction. Ooh, I did not know that, bro. I gotta listen to that
Interesting.
song.
We ought to look up the lyrics to that song since you can't play it.
Yeah, fair. I can do that. Hold on. Let's see.
Yeah, there's a lot of good music that has it has underlying messages from Bible verses. Johnny Cash, when he was getting old, he wrote a whole bunch of songs like that. I think even Willie Nelson has done a song recently on along those lines.
All right. Come down off your throne and leave your body alone. Somebody must change. You're the reason I've been waiting so long. Somebody holds the key. But I'm near the end and I just ain't got the time and I'm wasted and I can't find my way home. Ooh. Come down on your own and leave your body alone. Somebody must change. You're the reason I've been waiting all these years. Somebody holds the key. But I'm near the end and I just ain't got the time. I'm wasted and I can't find my way home. But I can't find my way home and I ain't done nothing wrong, but I can't find my way home. Ooh, man.
Hmm.
See, that's lyrics, like good lyrics to me are lyrics that they don't necessarily like have to explain themselves, right? So you can write
Mm-hmm.
something very simply and the message is still there. Like the
Mm-hmm.
substance is there without having
Yeah.
to over explain the message. But then,
Yeah.
a lot of lyrics today, man, from what it seems like, there just is no substance. They just literally write down words that sound like each other, and that's a song.
Yeah.
It's crazy. All right.
Modern music today is like getting your transmission from China.
Based. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's very true. Unfortunately. It was written to Clapton. No joke, dude. That's crazy. Good little bit of music lore there, Scott. Thank you, man. All right. If God is for us, who can be against us? That there's a song, I can't remember the name, but there's a Christian song I heard quite a while ago, and it was like, with the people I hung out with when I was younger, it was like a guilty pleasure of mine because it was like I don't want anyone hearing me listening to Christian music, That was like the friend group that I had growing up, right?
Yeah.
He was very anti-God, anti-Christ, you know, totally like stood against any of the incredibly solid and based principles that rely within Christianity. And but that was like the crux of the song is like if he is for us, then who can stand against us? Like that was like
Mm-hmm.
the crux of the song. And it was like, man, that's such a good song. But
Yeah.
it was like a regular band. It wasn't like a band that would write like a typical Christian song. That's why like one of my favorite bands of all time, even before like I started to kind of centralize my idea of God around the Bible. was The Chariot. Like, they're my favorite Christian band of all time, bro. They're incredible, dude. But it's just
Oh
because
yeah.
they're really hard. Like, they're one of the hardest metal bands I've ever listened to. And like, still to this day. They broke up like 12 years ago, but man, they were bad, dude. That was a great band.
Really?
Yeah, oh yeah, 100%. Anyway,
I have to
so
look them up.
yeah, I look up Wars and Rumors of Wars and just press play, dude. Like, listen to the whole album.
I'll look that up.
It crushed.
That's from Matthew. Wars
Yeah.
and rumors of wars. Be not
Yeah.
yet alarmed.
Yeah, it crushes, bro. It's really hard metal though, bro. Just giving you a heads up. Like, but dude,
Okay.
the lyrics are incredible. I mean, dude, just great music all around. All right, so he who did not spare his own son, but gave him up for us, how will he not also, along with him, graciously give us all things? Who will bring any charge against those whom God has chosen? It is God who justifies. Who then is the one who condemns? No one. Christ Jesus, who died, more than that, who is raised to life, is at the right hand of God and is also interceding for us. Who shall separate us from the love of Christ? Shall trouble or hardship or persecution or famine or nakedness or danger or sword? As it is written, for your sake we face death all day long. We are considered as sheep to be slaughtered. No, in all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us. For I am convinced that neither death nor life, neither angels nor demons, neither the present nor the future, nor any powers, neither height nor depth, nor anything else in all creation will be able to separate us from the love of God that is in Jesus Christ our Lord. Ooh! Man, that's a great chapter, bro.
Heck yeah. There's another good one. I dropped it in. It's Ephesians 6.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a very, very good one. And Paul is talking about the powers that be. There is a verse that was removed in the King James version, but it was left in the Geneva Bible, which I used to have a copy of it in my truck. I don't have one in my truck anymore. It's in storage, but you can get a hold of the Geneva Bible. You can get that full section at your own leisure. You don't have to do that right now.
Hold on, let's see if there's a Geneva Bible in here. Yeah, there's a Geneva Bible in here.
Okay, what's the date on it? Is it before the 1899 version or?
I have no idea, bro. It's just
Okay.
in the thing. There's like a scroll down of all the different kind of translations and everything, and for this, it just says Geneva Bible.
Okay.
So
Well, it might be in there, the full section. Yeah, go for it. Let's see if it's in there because it's a little longer in the previous before King James version.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There's. All right. Children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. Honor thy father and mother, which is the first commandment with promise, that it may be well with thee, and that thou mayst live long on earth. Is a U there instead of a V? Yeah. Okay. May live long on earth. And ye fathers, provoke not your children to wrath, but bring them up in instruction and in form of the Lord. Servants, be obedient unto them that are your masters, according to the flesh, with fear and trembling and singleness of your hearts as unto Christ. Not with service to the eye as men pleasers, but as servants of Christ, doing the will of God from the heart, and with good will serving the Lord and not men. And know ye that whatsoever good thing any man do, that same shall he receive of the Lord, whether he be bond or free. And ye masters, do the same things unto them, putting away threatening, and know that even your master is also in heaven, neither is there respect of person with him. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that you may be able to stand against the assaults of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, and against the worldly governors, the princes of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickednesses which are in your high places. For this cause take unto you the whole armor of God, and that you may be able to resist in the evil day.
So in the version, the old version, when it says in high places, it says it furthers it. In the old version, it says in high places in rulers' places and king's chambers. It furthers it, but they had to cut that out because some translator didn't want that in there.
Well, that was probably the councils of Nicaea, dude, because it was, who was it? Constantine. He had the councils of Nicaea where they went in and they took books out, they altered books, and they added books in, right?
Yeah, they didn't want that part saying in king's chambers. We can't have that in there.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So here, hold on. I'll go back down. Since it doesn't have the extension on it. One second. Oh shit, I lost my place. Dang it.
Sorry,
Alright.
brother.
No, you're good. You're good, dude. Okay. Finally, be strong in the Lord and all of his mighty power. Put on the full armor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. Therefore, put on the full armor of God so that when the day of evil comes, you may be able to stand your ground. And after you've done everything, to stand. Stand firm then with the belt of truth buckled around your waist, with the breastplate of righteousness in place, with your feet fitted with the readiness that comes from the gospel of peace. In addition to all this, take up the shield of faith with which you can extinguish all the flaming arrows of the evil one. Take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. And pray in the Spirit on all occasions with all kinds of prayers and requests. With this in mind, be alert and always keep on praying for all the Lord's people. Pray also for me that whenever I speak, words may be given me, so I will fearlessly make known the mystery of the gospel, for which I am an ambassador in chains. Pray that I may declare it fearlessly as I should. Tychicus, the dear brother and faithful servant of the Lord, will tell you everything, so that you also may know how I am and what I am doing. I am sending him to you for this very purpose, that you may know how we are and that he may encourage you. Peace to the brothers and sisters, and love with faith from God the Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. Grace to all who love our Lord Jesus Christ with an undying love. Dude, that bit about what the armor of God is really intense, dude. The belt of truth, the breastplate of righteousness, it says the readiness that comes from the gospel of peace, the shield of faith, the helmet of salvation, and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. That's incredible, bro.
Yeah, and there's an old movie that is a really, really good movie worth watching. It's called Pilgrim's Progress.
Pilgrim's
Definitely,
Progress.
yeah, definitely worth watching. There's a book too if you want to read the book as well. The book's got a lot more in it. That's heartwarming. It's a very good book. But the movie is really good too, and I'd recommend watching it. It's probably 50s or 60s animation. I don't know. It's really old, but it's good.
Yeah. No, I definitely. I definitely gotta give that a shot, dude. If you could text that to me if you ever get a chance. I know you're probably on the road right now, but
I sure can. I can do it when I stop.
Yeah,
Called
text me the
Pilgrim's
name of that.
Progress. I got you.
Dude, this has been really fun, bro. Like, I can't wait to keep doing this, man.
No, I'm glad. That's great. Something
is,
that would
brother.
probably be fun too is to get a Strong's Concordance. There's a Strong's Concordance it's good handheld. And what's
Uh-huh.
Scott say? He said lower class really is a strong description. Heck yeah, brother.
Yeah, no, it
Um,
really is, man. Like that's very solid, you know? Like
yeah,
the belt of truth, the breastplate of righteousness, like they really hit home that description when they talk about what the armor of God is, you know?
yeah,
Anyway, as
yeah.
you were saying.
In the Bible, I forget where it is. It says to bind the words around thine heart, around thy wrist and thine heart. So it's basically saying to wear necklaces with Bible verses all over it. Now, interestingly enough, the Bible condemns getting a tattoo or getting piercings, but it also says specifically in the name of the dead. So it makes you wonder, like, hey, if I got a tattoo with Bible verse on, is that okay? Like, could I potentially tattoo my whole body with the Bible? You know, it makes you wonder, is there a loophole? You know,
Yeah, yeah, that is kind of an interesting thought.
it says to bind it around your head, around your head and your heart, and but yeah, where was I? We were talking about Pilgrim's Progress. That was a really good one. Um, oh, were you saying how good of a time you were having? Oh yeah, Strong's Concordance. There's a Strong's Concordance, which is a handheld, and then there is a Strong's Exhaustive Concordance, and it's like the same size as a Bible. That's good.
Really?
Yeah, and I got one at a thrift store one time for like $2.
No shot.
Yeah. Yep.
I need to look into that.
Yeah, I asked the girl there. I said, well, I don't see a I don't see a price tag on this. She said, I'll give it to you for $2. It's probably been there for a year. I was like, okay, great.
Huh.
It's Exhaustive Concordance.
All right, I'm gonna read this the very first chapter you actually posted into the private chat, and then I think Charlie has to use the bathroom, and I need to go get some food, so I might go ahead and end it after we read through this and fucking chirp on it for a second. But all right, so Paul's defense of his ministry. By the humility and gentleness of Christ, I appeal to you, I, Paul, who am timid when face to face with you, but bold towards you when away. I beg that when I come, I may not have to be as bold as I expect to be towards some people who think that we live by the standards of this world. For though we live in the world, we do not wage war as the world does. The weapons we fight with are not the weapons of the world. On the contrary, they have divine power to demolish strongholds. We demolish arguments and every pretension that sets itself up against the knowledge of God, and we take captive every thought to make it obedient to Christ. And we will be ready to punish every act of disobedience once your obedience is complete. You are judging by appearances. If anyone is confident that they belong to Christ, they should consider again that we belong to Christ in just as much as they do. So even if I boast somewhat freely about the authority the Lord gave us for building you up rather than tearing you down, I will not be ashamed of it. I do not want to seem to be trying to frighten you with my letters. For some say his letters are weighty and forceful, but in person he is unimpressive and his speaking amounts to nothing. Such people should realize that we are in. Sorry, Charlie was scratching on the floor. Such people should realize that what we are in our letters when we are absent, we will be in our actions when we are present. We do not dare to classify or compare ourselves with some who commend themselves. When they measure themselves by themselves and compare themselves with themselves, they are not wise. We,
That
however,
is my favorite verse of all time.
really.
It's one of them, top ones. Those that measure themselves by themselves amongst themselves are not wise.
Yeah.
Because people compare themselves all the time and say, I don't got enough this, I don't got enough that. They look, social media perpetuates comparison because you're looking at all the cool stuff everybody else got that they're posting about. But
Yeah.
in reality, if you should be able to appreciate, oh, that's cool, they got that cool motorcycle or whatever. But if you compare yourself, that's a thief of joy, as the old saying goes. But yeah, I love that verse.
Yeah, no, 100%. And that touches back on that thing that I was saying earlier about how having that consistent, like the consistent f- reference point that I can refer back to.
Yeah.
Like for me, it doesn't matter where I'm at in life. If I don't have a consistent reference point, I'm never going to have the stable ground. And what he's talking about here is talking about like when your value is set on what other people have, no matter what you attain, what you achieve, anything, there will always be the goalpost will always be moved, right? So
Mm-hmm.
you're not going to have that consistent reference point. And with Jesus, God, you you will have that consistent reference point.
Yep.
So if I'm comparing myself to God, I know exactly what I'm striving for, which it's something I will never be, right? But it's something that I can strive for. So I don't even wish to be perfect, but I want to make progress towards that, right? Like
Yeah.
as long as I'm progressing and doing what I can to increase my amount of progression, even though it's something I'll never be, it still gives me a reference point to look back to. So no matter what I
Mm.
achieve, no matter what I gain, no matter what anything, the goalpost is never moved. It is
Yep.
it will always be there and it will be in the exact same place.
Yep.
All right. So we, however, will not boast beyond proper limits, but we will confine our boasting to the sphere of service of God Himself has assigned to us, a sphere that also includes you. We are not going too far in our boasting, as would be the case if we had not come to you, for we did get as far as you with the gospel of Christ. Neither do we go beyond our limits by boasting of work done by others. Our hope is that as your faith continues to grow, our sphere of activity among you will greatly expand so that we can preach the gospel in the regions beyond you. For we do not want to boast about work already done in someone else's territory, but let the ones who boast in the Lord. For it is not the one who commends himself who is approved, but the one whom the Lord commends. Ooh! Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that was my point, man. But yeah, dude, bro, this has definitely been fun, bro. I definitely want to continue doing this on Wednesdays and Sundays.
Heck yeah. I'll
Oh,
think of some
Ashton
more
just
good
got
ones.
back, bro. I was just about to cut out, my man. Dang. Thanks for coming back, though, brother.
We all having a good time. We're having a good time.
Yes, sorry, Volstead. It's funny. The only person that came in with like with the contrarian kind of stuff today was Duck, but I'm just so used to having like guys like James and shit sit back and join the conversation, and every single thing I say, they have something to say about it. You know what I mean? It's like they just listen and they start typing the second I say something. It's funny. I
Yeah.
like it. Like, please. I like that kind of stuff, but I do apologize, mandatory carry. I mistook what you had said for something else. Well, Duck didn't jump in, Ashton. Duck was just in chat, and he was like, talking a bunch of mess about Christianity when he first came in, and that's why like I put one of his comments up, and I was like, bro, you're more than welcome to jump in here. Like I welcome debate on this. You know
Yeah,
what I
that's how
mean?
you grow. That's how you
Yeah.
learn.
Yeah. That's why I want people to be able to come in here and say things in the opposite, because that's going to help me grow to be able to. Yeah, that was a goofy little crash out that one day. But mindless contrarian is mindless. Yeah, 100%, brother. I agree. But yeah, Hey, there you go, man. There you go, brother. There you go. Yeah, I want people to come up here if they have something in the inverse to say, right? Like I don't want I like having a free marketplace of ideas because just being completely honest with you straight up, otherwise it's a circle jerk, and I don't want that.
Yeah, it's an echo chamber.
I don't like that, man. I don't want that.
Mm.
I want people to be able to come up and speak their mind on things, you know? Um, that's the whole point, right?
Yep.
Based. Very true, bro. Very true. Well, gentlemen, it was definitely fun, dude. I am definitely gonna do this again, bro. This was a good idea. So, what do you think of the name so far, guys? Like, you think? Love you too, Ashton. What do you guys think of the name? You think God and Country is a good name for this? I think it's strong and it's got meaning behind it. You know?
Yeah, I think it's good.
Cool. Cool.
I mean, if it becomes a series, you'll have a nice series of God and Country, part 1 through whatever, part whatever.
Well, yeah. I don't know if I'm necessarily going to put the parts after the title, because it's just going to be like this open panel, open Bible study kind of concept, you know. And I want to see exactly what could become of it.
You could just put like E1.
Fair, yeah. Episode 1.
If someone's like, "Oh yeah, I had this really thing that I really liked," you know, in episode 3, they'll be able to come back and find it.
That's a good point, bro. Yeah.
I might even throw something in there, like go back and find a couple sections that you really liked about the video, and even
Yeah.
throw something in there that's like on topic. So if it has to do with, you know, say earlier, like abortion or whatever, just be like, yeah, this is, you know, throw some keywords in there so they can find it again if someone wants to go back and review.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good idea. Mandatory carry. Yeah, I do have a Discord. I do have Discord, but I don't have a Discord for this channel. I could make one real quick. So that's definitely something to look forward to, because I'm using a trial on Streamlab right now. So as it stands at the moment, this isn't something that's I'm gonna be able to use all that much. It's a little expensive. It's like $100 a month, but just like I had some shit come up for work and all that. I mean, Ashton, dude, I'm totally down. So what I was thinking about doing was starting, like, when I start the stream. I start a little late today, honestly. Typically I start the stream around like 2 o'clock my time. But what I was thinking about doing was starting the stream about 2 o'clock, and for the first like 3 hours having kind of open discussion, topic kind of stuff that we can go into and all that. And then at 5, do just like strictly like reading into the word. And what I was thinking, and we had talked about this earlier, was starting in Genesis 1, 1, and then just working our way through linearly for like the second part of it. So we can see how that goes. That could definitely be like an evolving concept. That's the good thing about content creation, right? It doesn't have to be one thing. Like, this thing can evolve and it can change, and you know, that's one of the good things. But this dog right here will not leave me alone because he's got to poop. So thank you guys very much. Avery, Ashton, Scott, Mandatory Carry, I love you guys. You're all fantastic. I'm going to be streaming again tomorrow. So if you guys want to come back in on, maybe focus on streaming on other platforms, so you not only get to more people, but also have a backup platform too. Absolutely. Yeah, Ashton, I will, bro. Abe, thank you very much, man. Love you, brother. You guys have a great day. God bless. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, you too, bro.
Peace.
See ya.